We will now reconvene the special city council meeting. Ms. City Attorney, Madam City Attorney, would you please report on the closed session items?
Item number 1 will be announced by City Manager Libas.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, today is an important day and a really joyful day. Two things. One is we're going to recognize a little bit later our outgoing police chief who has served with us for over 27 years. Is that right, Chief? And okay, 28 years. And I said over 27. So we'll be recognizing him tonight, but we're very fortunate in the city of Downey to have a remarkable staff and a remarkable bench of potential police chiefs to pick from. This year is no different. I'm fortunate to announce our selection today. This will be the third police chief that I've had the pleasure of choosing. So I'm happy to announce that by motion from Mayor Fermetta and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco, and a unanimous vote of the City Council, the Council has ratified my appointment of Captain Leslie Murray as Downey's next Chief of Police. Just a little bit about Leslie. She has 30 years of experience here in City of Downey Police Department. She is a homegrown. She went to middle school here and Downey High School as well. She has over 13 years of public management experience. She has an impressive resume. She has an FBI National Academy graduate in 2019, the Los Angeles Police Department Leadership Program graduate in 2018, and Sherman Block Supervisory Leadership Institute graduate in 2004. Leslie has a Master's of Arts in Public Administration from Cal State Long Beach and a Bachelor of Arts in Sociology from Cal State Long Beach as well. Leslie has quite a bit of experience. She started out as a police officer detective and served in that position for roughly 10 years, 8 years as a police sergeant, 11 years as a lieutenant, and now as captain, and she is going to do wonderful things for the city of Downey. So please join me one more time in recognizing our new police chief.
Can we stand? Can we please stand? Can we please stand?
And as I indicated, we will also recognize our chief, and he's still chief until the end of the year. So, but I've had a distinct pleasure to work with Dean. He's a remarkable individual. I couldn't have been prouder to have appointed you chief, and it's been an honor to work with you. I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss everything that you do for this city. But we'll talk a little bit more about you upcoming in the program. So again, congratulations to Leslie, and that concludes my comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager Livas. Madam City Attorney, we have additional items.
Yes, just a few other items. Item number 2 on the closed session, there was no reportable action. Item number 3, the City Council by motion of Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco and a second by Councilmember Alvarez and a unanimous vote of the council to approve 2 settlement agreements in the national prescription opiate litigation and authorize the city manager to execute the required documents. Items 4, 5, and 6, the City Council completed the evaluations of the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. And that ends the closed session report.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. This special City Council meeting is now adjourned. Before I begin the regular City Council meeting, I would like to remind members of the public of the city meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code, sections 2105 and 2106. Copies of these rules are available in the back of the room. The meeting rules prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Unless addressing the City Council or entering or leaving the council chambers, all persons in the audience shall remain seated. No person shall stand or sit in the aisles or along the walls, and no person shall block the doorways. All demonstrations, including cheering, yelling, whistling, hand clapping, and foot stomping, are prohibited unless we just announced our incoming police chief. No placards, signs, posters, packages, bundles, suitcases, or large objects which disturb or impede the orderly conduct of the meeting shall be brought into the council chambers. All speakers who wish to address members of the city council or staff must do so through the mayor. Members of the audience shall respect the rights of others and shall not create noise or disturbance when others are addressing the city council. Speakers shall not yell, scream, or use foul language during their comments. Photography, audio, or videotapings may be taken from any seat in the council chambers or the back of the room. No videotaping will be allowed from the side or the middle aisles or from the front of the council chambers. The mayor may ask the city manager to remove from the council chambers any person who, after a fair warning, violates any provisions of the Downey Municipal Code. Any person removed shall be excluded from further attendance on the item or matter pending before the council at the time of the removal. The person removed may re-enter the meeting upon completion of the said item or matter. Any person removed a second time for violating the meeting rules will be excluded from further attendance at the meeting. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the City Council, the City of Downey will continue to follow Government Code Section 54954.3B2 and provide non-English speakers double the allotted time to make their public comments, utilizing a translator. All other speakers will be given the allotted 3-minute speaking time as established by the Downey Municipal Code, unless modified by the mayor. I would now like to call to order the adjourned regular City Council meeting. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Councilmember Ashton?
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco?
Present.
And Mayor Frometa.
Present. I will now like to call Pastor Alex Vargas from New Season LA Downey Church up to the front to lead us in an invocation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Let's go ahead and bow our heads. Father God, we come before you tonight, Lord. We thank you for another day of life that you've given every single one of us. We thank you for the opportunity to come meet here tonight. Father, I pray as we start this council meeting, Lord, that you would be with us. Lord, I pray for every city leader here, God, represented, God, that you would guide them, lead them to move the city forward, Father. I pray, God, that you would just be with us tonight, Lord. We thank you for the many departments within the city, God, our amazing police department, our police chief, God, our fire department, our fire chief, God. Lord, would you be with the men and women who put on that uniform day in and day out, God, to protect and keep our city safe, Father. We thank you for the city. God, I pray as we enter this Thanksgiving holiday, Father God, that you would be with the families here from the city of Downey, God. Lord, that you would just bring families together and unite families, God, that maybe have been broken apart, Father God. I pray for unity, God, within our families, Lord, that we can gather together as one big happy family. We thank you for this amazing city, God. We thank you for the leadership, God, here in the city. We're so blessed and fortunate, God, to have a mayor and city council like what we have here today, Lord. So I pray, God, that you would bring unity within, God, our discussions, Father God, all the plans that we have here on the agenda tonight, Lord. I pray, God, that you would just help, God, bring unity and guide and direct every single council member here tonight, Lord. We thank you. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Now the truth.
Amen. Thank you. I would now like our police chief, Dean Milligan, to lead us into the flag salute.
Mr. Milligan, we get to honor him on his way up this year. Hell yeah.
If you're not, please stand and please join me in presenting allegiance to our flag. Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chief. I would like to begin with city council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, and conference meeting reports. I know we have a long agenda ahead of us, but certainly it's always a good opportunity for our council members to say some comments. And I will begin to my left with Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like staff to provide an update on the status of what I consider to be a beautiful piece of historic Downey history, a jewel in our city, and that's the Reeves Mansion. I'm concerned, I'm hearing rumors about construction is not moving forward. I'm afraid the property is going to decay further. So since I believe it was the council who had to ultimately approve what's going on over there, I would like a status update on where are we with the refurbishing of the Reeves Mansion. So if I can get a status update report to the council on that. I would also like to know, perhaps from the incoming chief or from the chief police department, I would like to know the three most common intersections, if you will, or locations for accidents in our city, and to see if we have a plan of action on how to perhaps correct those. And sometimes we ask for status reports, and I find out that there's a lot of work already being done. I'm just curious, what are the three highest intersections or locations for accident, and what's the plan on what we're doing for accident reduction in those areas? Community gardens. When we toured the recuperative village that the county just built in the Los Amigos property, they have gardens in the back of the properties. And I'm wondering if we've ever had a community garden in Downey. When I grew up in San Francisco, we had one. It was a learning experience. I mean, there's a lot of science involved, but also a lot of pride, man. It felt really cool when I was able to pull out my own vegetables. I think we'd go up there like once a week and water stuff and whatnot. And I would like to see if we can provide that opportunity for families, particularly renters who may not have a lot of space or a backyard. I know some cities have them underneath where the electricity, those things are at. So if we've ever had anything like that, I'd like to explore the possibility of having some community garden space for our community and to see if residents even want it. I'm always really careful about taxpayer money, so we should see if there's a need or a desire for that. I mean, we have lots of ideas, but sometimes just because we think it might be a good idea, the residents may not agree. So perhaps we can explore that. Is there a desire or a need for a community garden? So those are the three items, the mansion, community gardens, and traffic prevention program. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilmember Trujillo. Councilmember Ashton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Alvarez.
Good evening, Downey. Thank you for joining us today. Since the last meeting, I attended the Veterans Day event where we honor our veterans thanks to our veteran services. Not everyone knows, but I was in the process to be part of the Army, but I couldn't do it because of my illness. Here, I would like to clarify something I said about the flag during a past meeting. I'm being requested to respond, and I commented that the flag brings me pain. I would like to clarify that I meant by saying that. The flag sometimes brings me pain because I am often reminded that we as a country are not living up to the standards represented by the flag. When I said the flag sometimes brings me pain, I'm talking about Native Americans. We as a country have made promises, have made treaties with Native American tribes, and we have broken them time and time, and not only it has been broken. We have to remember this land was stolen. Lots of natives have lost their lives because of their beliefs and for protecting our land over oil, water, and other many things. That is why I'm in pain, because we keep falling short on the great potential of our country. We keep breaking our promises to many people, especially Native Americans. So we are not living up to the Constitution. We simply are not. For example, the attacks on the homeless who served the country as veterans bring me pain every time I see a homeless and who has been in the past served the country, and there's no protections for them. So when I see that people claims to honor on the flag and they see all these issues out there, it makes my heart in pain. What you set up, I'm gonna say something that it really bothers me. And when I started in this position, early in my term, I tried to overcome to a difference with one of my colleagues, and we talk. And one of the things that I was told is that I always have to remember that when we as a Latinos, Hispanic, comes to this country, we need to learn English. This is wrong. This is wrong in many levels, and it's unconstitutional. I just want to say that the United States has no official language, and federal law says equal opportunity and respect for speakers of a language, of all languages. But it's really sad that I'm being told that we need to speak English in this country, which I don't doubt about it. I mean, we really need to learn, but there's a lot of people who doesn't have the opportunity to do it because they're just come here to make United States better and to have their families better. That concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I just want to start off like I always do, just thanking and welcoming everyone to our council meeting. It's always nice to see our council chambers with a lot of people and with a full house, because during the year of COVID, we had no one in attendance. So thank you very much for being here and for being engaged. A couple of people that I did want to recognize that are attending this evening. We have our Downey Unified Superintendent, Dr. John Garcia. Thank you for being here. We also have two school board members, Martha Sotatani, Jose Rodriguez. Do we have any other school board members? I don't think you're a school board member. We also have our executive director from the Chamber of Commerce, Michael Calvert, and Chamber Board member Jeannie Wood. Some events that I want to mention that I attended, it's only been a week, but there were a couple. I attended a grand opening for Stand-Up Comedy Club in the city of Bellflower. I know the business is in Bellflower, but the residents are Downey residents, and I went there to support the owners. But it's nice, it's a comedy club, and you don't have to travel all the way to Hollywood or Long Beach. You can now go to Bellflower and enjoy a good show and dinner. So please check it out. It's a lot of fun, and it's always important to support the arts. And so I'm glad Councilmember Trujillo brought that up about the Reeves Mansion, because that is part of the arts and part of our historical, it's part of our history here in our city. Also, last Thursday, I had the pleasure of attending our annual Veterans Day ceremony. Unfortunately, we weren't able to hold it last year, so it was nice that we had an event that was participated by a lot of members in the community. It was also participated by both our Downey Fire and our Downey Police, so thank you to both departments for being there. I know I didn't get an opportunity to say hi to everyone, so I apologize for that, but thank you so much for being there. And then last Saturday, I attended Downey Fire Sound the Alarm event. It was a great event done in collaboration with the Red Cross, Downey CERT team, and Downey's Adult School VN students. And at this event, we helped residents to prepare for the unfortunate event of a potential fire. So we We went to different people's homes, made sure that they had working smoke alarms. If they didn't, we asked them if they wanted one. They were provided for free to the residents. And the smoke alarms, they can be rather expensive. I was told they're approximately $50. So to a lot of residents, this is a huge help. And we were able to install 84 smoke alarms. And again, this was free of charge to the residents. So this is an impact that we are making to our community. We're helping our residents to make sure that they're safe, especially during the holiday season. So I really want to thank our Downey Fire for this great event. I know it was done in collaboration with the Red Cross, but thank you so much for having so many of our firefighters there. And I know our chief was out there. And since our superintendent is here, I did want to mention that today we had a meeting with our superintendent. Also, our city manager was there, and 2 of our school board members were in attendance. And the whole purpose of this meeting is to create a collaboration or continue that collaboration that we have with the school district to see how we could work together with different issues in the community. Because only when we work together can we create better communities. So this was a very productive meeting. So I really want to thank both our city manager and Dr. Garcia for this meeting. And we have a ton of events. So I'm going to run through them rather quickly. Tomorrow, we have the 65th anniversary commemoration ceremony at 10 a.m. here at the Civic Center. Then tomorrow at 1 p.m., we have a groundbreaking residential streets rehabilitation program on 3rd Street and Smallwood. Thursday, we have a groundbreaking event for the city solar panel improvements program, 10 a.m. at the Civic Center. December 4th, we have a Measure S thank you celebration. It's going to be at various locations, so please be on the lookout on our social media pages. But that's going to start at 10 a.m. Then we have our Downey Promenade is having a tree lighting ceremony on December 4th as well at 6:30. Sunday, December 5th, we have our holiday parade along Downey Avenue being hosted by the Chamber of Commerce. And our former mayor, Rick Rodriguez, is a grand marshal. We also have a tree lighting ceremony, December 6th. That's at 6 p.m. here at the Civic Center. And on the weekend of December 10th and 11th, we will have a holiday caravan. So what that means is Santa will be going around visiting different neighborhoods here in our city. So that's a lot of events. Instead of jotting it all down, follow us on social media so you can get the most up-to-date information. And I just want to conclude with, it's a pleasure being here. It's a pleasure seeing you all. I hope you all have a happy Thanksgiving. I hope you're able to spend it with your families, enjoy this time off, and eat lots of food. But most importantly, be safe. Thank you. And that ends my comments.
May I say something else, Mayor, please? About when Mario, my colleague, requests about the intersections, I already did. I don't know if John can give us an update right now, but I did kind of like request something similar to what you just said.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco. Good evening, everybody. I will not recognize the same individuals that have been recognized, but I want to say good evening to all of you. I would like to recognize Jennifer Robbins, the Director of Elementary Education. Thank you for joining us tonight. Dr. Ronnie Birch, Director of Secondary Education. Dr. Wayne Shannon, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Education. Former Mayor Roger Brossmore, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education as well. And I would like to recognize a couple of commissioners, Commissioner Henry Ceja, that is here as well. Welcome. Jeannie, I know you were recognized already. Welcome, everybody. And of course, I would like to recognize my husband, Noveres Frometa, in the audience. And former Mayor Rick Trejo is also with us. Thank you for joining us, Rick. It's such a pleasure. As has been stated already, we had a lot of events over the last week. We are hoping to have a dark Thanksgiving. And when I say dark is because we will not have a council meeting. We want to wish you a very, very happy Thanksgiving. We've had a very challenging 20 months, and I say that gratitude can transform common days into Thanksgivings and turn routine jobs into joy. Gratitude can also change ordinary opportunities into blessings. And as we go through this meeting tonight and I jump into presentation shortly, I want to wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving. It was a pleasure to join my council colleagues at the Veterans Special Celebration last Thursday with former Mayor Rick Rodriguez and members of our police and fire, as well as our dear, dear veterans and members of the armed forces. Thank you for your service. We appreciate you. And in that spirit, I had made that announcement last Thursday, but for the record, I want to make a very important announcement. And that is, I'm really proud to announce that in early 2022, in January, we, the City of Downey, will have our very own Veterans Center right here. The city has partnered with the Center for Military Veterans Reintegration to launch a new Veteran Support Center based in our Downey City Library. And the new Veterans Center will be a community-led veteran reintegration initiative designed to provide a range of support services to veterans living in Los Angeles County. More information will be forthcoming. I will be filming a video with additional information, but we believe it is important to provide our veterans that support that they need to come back and reintegrate into society. So often we hear of climbing suicide rates within our veterans as well as our law enforcement community. In fact, our neighboring city, the city of Long Beach, just lost a law enforcement officer over the weekend to suicide. And we want to be partners, and we want to ensure that the 2,488 veterans that we have in the city of Downey and their families get the support that they need. I would like to, again, I'm not going to mention all of the various events that have already mentioned. All I need to ask you is to please follow our City of Downey social media platforms, as well as our Facebook pages. We have a lot of activities, and it is our pleasure this year to be able to engage more with the community. Last year, things were very different with COVID, and this year we're looking forward to coming together with our community and celebrating the holiday season. There is one important activity that I was also engaged with the Congresswoman Lucille Roybal Allard, and that is we visited our Downey View apartments. And for some of you, perhaps you don't know, that is our affordable housing complex, and that was established in 2014. And as we know, a lot is talked about affordable housing and the need to bridge that gap and to provide more affordable housing in our community. This National Core event that was held was to highlight the success of projects like the Downey View Apartments. And I had the opportunity to talk to Congresswoman Roybal Allard, and really, as well as another congressman from West Virginia that visited Downey, and talk about the need to channel funding from the federal government to our cities. There's a lot of challenges that we are facing, the local municipalities, and a lot of demands to meet housing needs and housing shortages. But yet, our municipalities are lacking funding. And so we need to be strong advocates with our federal and state representatives for that funding to help us put those type of projects in our city for the benefit of our communities. Having said all this, I do have just one item for staff, aside from the usual, which is continuous speed enforcement and the continuous code enforcement for the trash and the illegal dumping. I think that continues to be such a challenge in our community. But what I would like is to look into, I know Measure S projects, and we will be celebrating the Measure S completion, and this is for Mr. John Oscui, is the Northwest Downey Little League contacted me, and there were lighting that was part of the project at Furman Park. And the Northwest Downey Little League is apparently having a difficulty playing in the evenings because there's no lighting at Furman Park. And that was part of the Measure S project, and the lighting isn't there. So if we can please look into that and come back with a report or how we can address that gap or how we missed it, that would be really great. Other than that, I don't have any other items. Let's go ahead
Madam Mayor?
and get to presentations. Yes, Councilman Trujillo.
I always feel bad and I overlook my planning commissioner who attends regularly, but I really want to point him out this time. My planning commissioner is Horacio Ortiz Jr. This young man is second generation of the Ortiz family. If you know the El Pescador restaurants, he's now the owner of the Montebello one, and he agreed to be my planning commissioner. So I want to recognize him and thank him for his service. And most of all, I want to recognize Mrs. Trejo. She was my kid's principal at Gallatin Elementary, and we're very fortunate in Downey to have some power couples, as I call them, like the Frometas, the Saabs. But before the Frometas and the Saabs, we had the Lumsdanes and the Trejos. If you don't know about the Trejos, you know, they're high school sweethearts. She's the Viking, or she's the bear and he's the Viking. Okay, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for everything you do for our families, and it's so good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Trujillo. Welcome. Let's go ahead and do presentation, shall we? I know we have really wonderful people here in our audience that I want to recognize. Well, here we are again. Hello. You know, my mayoral term is coming to an end fairly quickly, and I can't believe the year has gone by so fast. We've done so much, and we faced so many obstacles along the way, and I wanted to, this special council meeting, recognize individuals that I know have are pillars in our community. And as a mother of four, and especially four individuals that have gone through K-12 in Downey Unified, it is so important for me to recognize the work that our Downey Unified School District teachers. I recognized our high school principals some weeks ago. And again, I will recognize, perhaps I won't be mayor at that time, and I'll ask whoever is mayor next to recognize our private school principals as well. But the work that you have done over these last 20 months, going almost on 2 years, is nothing short of extraordinary. You have pivoted and you have infused your teachers with encouragement and just this vitality when your teachers, and even when you yourselves, when we didn't know which way we needed to go, there wasn't a playbook for how to handle a pandemic. And those of us in emergency management that have been doing this for a very long time, even us, we could not ever imagined that we would live through what we've lived through. And I believe that, as I always say, engaged communities are strong communities. But the communities that we have, and especially the city of Downey with our own police force, our own fire, and our own school district. Downey is the city that it is. My husband and I are both from Warren. We're Bears, and also high school sweethearts. We have been in this community for the past 30 years. And we know many of you that have known many of your friends and relatives that have grown up in this city. And the work that our teachers do and our principals it extends from generation to generation. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, principals, because there are really no words to express to you how grateful we are for the work that you have done over the last 20 months to encourage your teachers to continue running your schools from home, from partially home office, those crazy hybrid Zoom meetings when some of us, and I know because I had 3 at home, and sometimes our internet broadband was not enough with, some of us working from home and Zooming from home, and the internet kept crashing, and it was just really nothing short of remarkable what you did, and continuing to provide that support for your teachers. And I know that many of our teachers across the country, and even principals, faced burned out, faced, they wanted to take early retirement. They quit altogether. We saw increases in children's anxiety and depression and even suicide. And education and what you do and what our superintendent and all of you that are here, you have kept our community running. From a city standpoint, and my council colleagues and the staff, we've kept the city running and kept the lights on and kept the trash picked up. But you kept our children going with the education and your commitment to give them that encouragement. So I want to say thank you. Can we please give everybody a round of applause? I wanted to invite, and I know there's a lot of you, and please bear with me. I am not going to get into your entire history, but I will mention, of course, your name, the school you're with, and a couple of sentences about you. But I felt it was important before the end of this year, this calendar year, to recognize your efforts. And as mayor of the city, I would like to. I will read the names and then call you up. Will that work? Yes? Okay. I will, Principal Brent Shubin, and if I don't pronounce your name, please forgive me. As I pronounce your name, if you can come up. He's the principal of Downey Elementary School. Downey Middle School. Yes, thank you. Principal, is it Shubin? Shubin, believes in consistently looking for better ways to meet the needs of students, support families, and ensure every child's success. He and his staff work hard to sustain a positive and safe learning environment along a rigorous and engaging curriculum for success in high school, college, and life. He always strives to give his all and is dedicated to Doty's motto of developing opportunities for today's youth. Thank you, Principal Brent Shubin. Also, I have to say that one of your counselors, Carrie Red Fox, reached out to me, and we will be planting a tree of hope and kindness with many of Doty's students this coming Saturday outside our Civic Center, because during this times, it's going to take us a very long time to go through the anxiety and really the mental strain that this pandemic has caused on all of us from all backgrounds. And I want to, again, extend my gratitude to you, but also Carrie and the work that she does at Doty Middle School. Principal Anthony Segarra from Griffiths Middle School. Principal Segarra has worked for Downey Unified for many years and at multiple campuses. He has a strong vested interest in his students and their success. He and his staff are experts at preparing middle school students for the 21st century and aim to have each student reach their true full potential. He and his wife have 3 boys and enjoy spending time outdoors. And I do have to say, because my 3 girls went to Griffiths, that they just love Dr. Segarra and Griffiths Middle School. You are a blessing to our community. Thank you. Principal, and I will shake your hands once I've gone through all of them. Principal Daryl Browning, Stauffer Middle School. Principal Daryl Browning from Stauffer Middle School goes above and beyond to provide the best education that pushes creative boundaries in a safe environment built on strong character. His primary focus is to ensure each student is prepared for success in high school and beyond. He loves spending time with his family, his French bulldog, and rooting for the Dodgers. Go Blue. Congratulations. Principal Connie Quintero from Sussman Middle School. Principal Quintero is proud of her one-of-a-kind school culture and family atmosphere. She understands that middle school students experience significant changes in their intellectual, physical, psychological, social, emotional, moral, and ethical development. And Principal Quintero is committed to giving them the support they need to thrive as they prepare for their future. Thank you, Principal Quintero. Principal Charlene Shimada from Alameda Elementary School. Principal Shimada is a longtime resident of Downey, with both her children being proud products of Downey Unified School District. She has taught at Lewis, Carpenter, and Alameda Elementary. Initially, her dream was to become a police officer, but she went the educational route instead, and we are so grateful for that choice. Thank you, Principal Shimada. Principal Diana Verduzco from Carpenter Elementary. Principal Verduzco is from Carpenter Elementary, where the highly sought-after dual immersion program is taught. Through her leadership, the school is being considered for the IB World Schools Primary Years Program. Congratulations. This program will provide a well-rounded, rigorous, globally competitive 21st century education for our Downey Unified School District students. Principal Verduzco is bilingual in Spanish and continues to be fascinated by the language. Thank you. Principal Catherine Esteves from Gallatin Elementary School. Principal Esteves loves working with children. She enjoys getting to know all her students and learning what makes each of them special. She encourages students to believe in themselves, have a growth mindset, and be kids of character. Principal Esteves actually attended Gallatin herself as a student, and it is great to see her come back full circle and serve her community. Dr. Esteves, thank you. Principal Peggy Mehan, Imperial Elementary School. And if I mispronounce anybody's last name, please correct me. Principal, is it Mehan? Mehan believes in educating the whole child in a safe and nurturing environment. She is committed to developing students as 21st century learners by teaching students to collaborate, communicate, think critically, promote creativity, and be citizens of good character. She loves her students and her fantastic staff. Thank you. Principal Karen, is it Jasic? Thank you, from Old River Elementary School.
Tammy Francis.
Okay. Tammy Francis. Okay. Tammy Francis. will accept in her absence. Thank you. Principal Mary Guerra. And I have to say, I have followed Principal Mary since my 22-year-old was in kindergarten. Principal Guerra believes we see our greatest academic success when our students feel safe and their social emotional needs are nurtured. With attention to the brain, heart, and courage, our students' road can lead to success. Thank you. Principal David Sid from Rio San Gabriel Elementary. Principal Sid believes that with hard work, dedication, and a collaborative approach between home and school, students will achieve a high level of learning. Downey's unified motto, "Our kids deserve the best," and it serves as a compass that guides him in all he does. Also, fun fact, Principal Sid is friends with Shaquille O'Neal. Principal Kelly Rush Becker, Unsworth Elementary. Unsworth Elementary is known as Downey's hidden gem. It is an exceptional place where all children have the opportunity to grow socially, emotionally, and academically. As a teacher for over 20 years and now a principal, Principal Rush Becker genuinely cares about her students and staff. She is part of a family of teachers with her husband, daughter, and son also being teachers. Thank you. Principal Karen Trejo from Ward Elementary School. Principal Trejo encourages a caring learning environment where children are academically and emotionally supported, encouraged to collaborate, and voice their opinions while teachers expand students' learning experiences beyond the classroom. She is a product of Downey Schools and a graduate of Warren High School. Go Bears. Principal Carrie Calvo from Williams Elementary. Principal Calvo is very proud of the curriculum at Williams Elementary. Every year, students have the opportunity to take part in various enrichment opportunities such as STEAM, Playworks, Robotics, and Tech Squad. She has worked at other schools here in the district where she lends her leadership skills to develop programs for staff and students that help them thrive. Thank you. We've got a couple more, and we'll be on our way. Principal Allison Box from Lewis Elementary. Principal Box is vibrant and enthusiastic principal in this district. She is not only an inspiration to her students, but to their parents as well. When she's not empowering and leading her staff, you can catch her on the basketball court showing off her professional basketball skills. Principal Box is truly awesome. Go All Stars. And last but not least, Principal Gladys Diaz, online learning. Principal Diaz answered the call when a new elementary school was formed for virtual learning. Her staff and students are 100% online, and while the task was daunting and unknown at first, she handled it with professionalism, efficiency, and grace. She is a true inspiration who, along with everyone here, is truly a much-deserved recipient of the Mayor's Legacy Award. Can we please give him a round of applause? The Legacy Award reads, "In recognition of your selfless dedication and always going above and beyond for others, your heartfelt efforts and accomplishments have been of enormous value to our community and have helped to further the common goal of making our city a better place for all. Thank you for leaving a legacy of service and generosity in our community." Thank you, everyone. Say hello to the rest. your certificates and your mayoral pins, your pins, and your mayoral challenge coins. And again, I know this is certainly not a school district meeting, but again, Madam Mayor Pro Tem mentioned during her comments, her and I are part of a city district task force. Unfortunately, due to my daily work commitments, I was unable to join them this morning. But it is critical that we continue to work together, city and school district. And the work that you do will continue to impact the families that live here in Downey and those that live elsewhere, to carry on the 6 pillars of character in this community. So thank you for your steadfast commitment to raising men and women of integrity. Thank you. Yes. First, this is the first one. Thank you. Can I have our superintendent and our school board members come up? And if, Superintendent, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor Fermetta. I think you did such a great job of really describing each one of these individuals and the work that they have done over the last 20 months. I can't believe it's been 20 months, but that really hit home. But truly, they have been nothing short of amazing during the time we've been out, the way they've supported their school staffs, the way they've supported their students especially, the way they've supported their school communities. So again, I don't think there's anything I can say that will really emphasize more of the wonderful things that you said, other than just thank you to every single one of these individuals really deserving of this, and appreciate you recognizing them. Thank you very much.
Can we take a picture?
You want us to move up? Yeah. Okay. Squeeze in, everybody. Squeeze in. Squeeze in. Middle schoolers, come to the back. David, come around the back. Alan, come around the back.
We may want to move this back
Yeah.
so that you can come forward.
Wayne.
Not official, that's right.
Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The next award I would like to present is to Nick Velez. Would you please come up? Nick enlisted in the United States Marine Corps in 2005. In 2006, Corporal Velez deployed with Echo Company, 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines, as part of the search strategy into the most dangerous cities of Iraq. Nick is the owner of Bastard's American Canteen here in Downey. It is proudly named after his battalion. Through his business and network, Nick discovered that his passion for helping veterans with PTSD was his calling. He remains a staunch advocate for the veteran community. He proudly serves through outreach and fundraising efforts to give back to those in need. And with that, Nick, I would like to recognize you with the Mayor's Champion Award. On behalf of the citizens of Downey, in recognition of your outstanding citizenship and activities enhancing the community of Downey, your exemplary efforts and accomplishments have been of enormous value to our community and have helped to further the common goal of making our city a better place for all. Thank you, Nick, for being a champion for what is good and is honorable in our community. We thank you for being a solid business partner, but also for the work that you continue to do to save the brave. And I know that we just celebrated Veterans Day. I want to thank you for your service, and we thank you. Would you like to say a few words? Here's my mayoral challenge point, and I will give it to you just as soldiers give it to each other.
Thank you so much.
And here is the check.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, first of all, can I take this mask off? First of all, I want to just say thank you to City of Downey council members, Mayor. I mean, there's so many familiar faces right here. Mario, Blanca, all these, great patriots that, do so much for the community and have helped veterans and bastards along the way. The police department, thank you guys for everything you guys done to keep us safe. I love the city. It's why I'm here. It's why we've been here for about 9 years now. Trying to make an impact with the veterans, primarily because that's who I am. I served in the Marine Corps. That's not all I do. I'm also a businessman, and I am the founder of a nonprofit organization called Save the Brave. That's my pride and joy. Save the Brave is an outreach nonprofit organization focusing on outreach therapy programs. What we do is we take veterans out fishing for free, zero cost. It's a very inexpensive sport to go deep sea fishing if everyone's been deep sea fishing. But we do it at zero cost, and we do that through our fundraising efforts at Bastard's Canteen. And along the year, we have big events like our Marine Corps Birthday Veterans Day event that we just held last Wednesday. It's a true success. And again, I want to thank the city of Downey for giving us the opportunity to continue to, uphold our traditions. And again, just thank you guys. There's a quote here up at the beginning of the meeting that said, the future's unlimited here in the city of Downey, and it's true. The first Taco Bell, came from the city of Downey. One of the original McDonald's came from Downey, and now the Bastards, we're on our second location. We opened up a second location in Temecula, California. So if anyone's out in Temecula, please stop by. It's a beautiful wine country. You don't want to miss it, and hopefully, get to open more in the near future. But again, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. Semper Fi.
Okay, last but certainly not least in our program, and again, it's important to recognize members in our community. Yes, it is government and we have business to conduct, but if we don't have the nexus and the collaboration with the most important agencies in our city, our school district and other places, we can't move forward as a strong city that we are. Tonight, I would like to recognize also with the Mayor's Champion Award, an organization that has been around for 10 years. This organization nonprofit has empowered the voices in the community through arts, culture, advocacy, and partnerships. The organization is made up of a group of volunteers, artists, advocates, supporters, and partners that have produced hundreds of significant art exhibits, music, theater, films, poetry, festivals, education, scholarships, and cultural events reaching the hearts and minds of thousands of those underserved by the arts in the community. This organization that I truly hope will take advantage of the space we have in the City of Downey State Gallery is Downey Arts Coalition, celebrating 10 years. Can you please come up, Alistair Hunter? Congratulations. Every year, as the position of mayor and mayor pro tem is transitioned, we also change our involvement in various activities and various organizations and various committees, intergovernmental committees. And last year, I know that Councilmember Trujillo and Councilmember Alvarez expressed an interest in being involved in the Arts and Culture Subcommittee. And I thank them for the work that they have done to continue to partner with the Downey Arts Coalition, as well as other organizations in our community that are very passionate about bringing arts and culture into this city. We look forward to celebrating, Alistair, the next 10, 20 years of the Downey Arts Coalition and really working together to foster the greater growth of arts in all its spectrum in the city of Downey. With this, I would like to present to the Downey Arts Coalition on behalf of the citizens of Downey in recognition of your outstanding citizenship and activities enhancing the community of Downey. Your exemplary efforts and accomplishments have been of enormous value to our community and have helped to further the common goal of making our city a better place for all. Thank you, Downey Arts Coalition, for being a champion for what is good and honorable in our community. here is the mayoral challenge point and the city pin. And Alistair, you may say a few words.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Actually, thank you, Mayor, for a minute. You actually stole my speech. That being said, we want to thank everyone, certainly in the mayor and the city council and those that have supported our work in the community over the last 10 years. In particular, at this point, we really do want to reach out and thank Councilmember Mario Trujillo and Catherine Alvarez of the Arts and Culture Subcommittee. We would like to thank Councilmember Trujillo and Mayor Pro Tem Blanco Pacheco on the Downey Theater Subcommittee. And very definitely the city manager, the assistant city manager, and again, Mayor Frometta, the entire city council, because of their support and their attendance at our recent 8th annual Dia de los Muertos arts exhibit, including our student art exhibit in collaboration with Downey Unified School District. Also, a special thank you to former Mayor and Councilmember Sean Ashton, who has been supportive through his entire term and has been transparent in his communications, and we're just extremely grateful. Thank you very much. If I could, there's some members in the audience. If I could ask the founding members, I'm a founding member, the founding members of the Downey Arts Coalition, are they any? If you could stand, please. And any additional board members, if you would stand, and any additional members of the Downey Arts Coalition community. Thank you so much. Is it possible I could invite them up here and we could come up and join us, please? Perhaps we can have a photograph. And please, could we invite the council?
Yes.
The city manager and John, could we invite you to join us? Hey, David, good to see you. Congratulations. Thank you so much again.
Of
Yes.
course, of course. And perhaps, hello, hello. How are you? Hello. Nice to see you. Hello, how are you? How are you? Hi, how are you? Nice to see you again. Perhaps we can push this back so we can move forward, yes?
Yeah?
There we go. Do we have to squeeze it a little more? Yes, yes. Sorry. Are we obligated?
Go a little forward. It's two-story. Can we sit in back here? Some tall people?
You're too tall.
I'll scrunch. There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all for everything.
Yes. Ready.
That is incredibly insulting. All of the women. She's insulting. I don't care. Take it down. I'm being deprived of this right to sit in a meeting without this lady screaming in my face. What kind of nigger does that? Thank you, Mr. Ashton. She was very belligerent with us. She needs to cool it, Mr. Rivas. Control your pets and your puppets.
Thank you. We're going to take a 3-minute recess. Thank you.
Shit. You saw that, Dean. We were threatened. My First Amendment was violated. I'm afraid to come to these meetings now because I'm being threatened.
Hi, we're going to go ahead and get started.
Order in the chamber, please.
Thank you. We do have one last, certainly not least, recognition of our retiring employee with 28 years of service, and that is Dean Milligan, our Chief of Police. I would like to call on our City Manager, Gilbert Livas, for this presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Certainly, these are always bittersweet moments for the city, certainly for myself as a city manager. But I will tell you, it's been a remarkable journey. Today, we are waiting the next episode with our new chief that will be coming in, and Leslie Murray. But Certainly, we have our chief, our current chief, Dean Milligan. Dean, can you come up? Let's give him a round of applause, please. I'm going to read a bio about Dean. Some of you may not know his trajectory through the years, 28 years at the City of Downey. But before I do that, I do want to say to Dean, I don't know what the secret sauce is over there in that department, but you certainly have carried that legacy on in terms of your professionalism, respect for every employee in the city, from the people that clean our offices all the way up to the top of our council. You treat everybody equally with respect. And that's been endemic in that organization. That's something that just doesn't happen. It happens because people like you preach it, demonstrate it, and model it on a daily basis. So it's something that also permeates through the community in terms of how your officers interact with the residents in the city. It says a lot about our police department. It says a lot about our police department and the police chief when we do our surveys. In our surveys, the police department satisfaction rate is in the 90%. I mean, that's remarkable, folks. 90% satisfaction rate in the city of Downey for our police department. So just a little bio on Chief. So Chief Dean Milligan began his career with the Downey Police Department in 1994 after graduating from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Academy. He was assigned to the Field Operations Division, where he also worked as a field training officer and an accident investigator. He was promoted to the rank of sergeant in January 2000, where he worked as a patrol supervisor, while also overseeing the department's mounted unit. Yes, we did have a mounted unit. In 2005, he was assigned to special operations, where he supervised the traffic unit. In May 2009, he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant, where he worked as a patrol watch commander until being transferred into the administrative division in May 2010, where he supervised the professional standards unit. In February 2012, he was transferred to the detective division, where he was assigned until his promotion to captain in December of 2012. Dean oversaw both the investigative and administrative divisions until January of 2016, when he was transferred to the Field Operations Division, where he served as the commanding officer until December 5th, 2019, when he was sworn in as the City of Downey's 11th Chief of Police. Dean received his bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Laverne and his master's degree in leadership from the University of San Diego. He also is a graduate of the Sherman Block Leadership Institute. Dean and his wife, Teresa, can you please stand? Teresa, this couldn't happen without your support, and so we thank you very much for letting us borrow him. So thank you very much. Thank you, Teresa. Together, they have 4 adult children. He enjoys spending time with his family and traveling, golfing with his wife whenever the opportunity allows. So, Dean, I do want to also sort of leave you with an Irish blessing. I looked up your name in the forebearers.com, and it's Irish-Scottish, and your name literally means the little bald one, and you are neither of those. So I found that really ironic, right? So, Dean, may your troubles be less and your blessings be more, and nothing but happiness come through your door. Thank you very much, Dean. Please.
Hello, everybody. Mr. Levis, first of all, I want to thank you for having the confidence in me to select me as the chief of police. It's been the proudest accomplishment of my professional career, with no doubt. So I owe that to you, and I just want to say thank you. To the mayor and mayor pro tem and city council members, current and previous, I want to thank you for your continued support to the Downey Police Department. It means the world to our folks to know that you're always there to support us. And we take great pride in the work we do, but it's in no small part due to your support that we're able to continue to move forward as the way we do. To Assistant City Manager John Askewy and the rest of the department heads, I want to thank you all for letting me be part of such an amazing team. It's been a great time. I've enjoyed our conversations. I've learned a lot, and I look forward to your continued success. You guys all run fantastic departments, and for all of your personnel, they're just great. For the members of the police department, I can't thank you enough for letting me call the Downey Police Department home for the last 28 years. It's been a great part of my life. It will continue to be in my heart. I love you all, and I'm thankful for you and your friendship. To the community, I just want to thank you for your continued support. We've had ups and downs over the years, but the one thing that's never been down is the support from the community, from the city of Downey. So I just want to thank you and recognize just briefly that we will be celebrating the death of Officer Ricky Galvez this Thursday. It's the 6th anniversary of Ricky's murder. So if you don't mind, just a quick moment of silence in honor of Officer Galvez. Thank you for that. And lastly, I want to tell my wife and our children that I'm blessed to be the husband of such a great woman, and blessed to be the father of such great children, and a grandfather of an amazing, soon-to-be 4-year-old grandson. You are my life and my world, and I just thank you for your support and love, and I look forward to a lot more fun times together. I love you. Thank you, everybody. Hey, 20 years, I only got one. Teresa, can we get you up?
Here's
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The mayor's challenge coin.
Yes, there you go. Thank you, my friend.
Congratulations, man. You're gonna blast. Thank you for everything.
This to the back. That's too heavy.
Thank you for letting us have it.
It's too heavy.
It's got wheels.
You're stood up to the end of the month. Can't let you go there.
Okay, and on that note, we really appreciate our Police Chief Dean Milligan and his family. One last round of applause for him. He's going to have a blast in his retirement. And Teresa, thank you for lending him to us. Moving on with the agenda tonight, we have public hearings. Number one is discuss the proposed homeless prevention program in State of California permanent local housing allocation funding. This is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey authorizing the application and adopting the permanent local housing allocation plan for the permanent State of California local housing allocation program. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. City Clerk Duarte, do you have proof of posting of the public notice?
I do, Mayor.
I will make a motion. I need a second to receive and file the proof of posting the public
Second.
motion.
I'll make that
Okay.
motion.
Please vote.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
No,
Mr.
there's a
Greenspan?
presentation, sir. Can you please sit down?
Thank you.
Motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. We are moving on with public hearings this evening. And City Manager Rivas, is there a staff report?
Madam Mayor, there is a staff report. This particular item actually was initiated by Councilmember Trujillo, who asked us to take a look at a safety net for those who potentially could fall through the cracks as a result of the eviction moratorium expiring. So we've come up with some ideas on that particular initiative. So today we have Vanya that will go ahead and give us a presentation on this particular item and give you some options on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. So tonight, as mentioned, I'll be going over a proposed homeless prevention program and also seek City Council approval for a resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey authorizing the application and adopting the permanent local housing allocation plan for the state of California. Before I go into the homeless prevention program, I did want to provide some brief background on the state eviction process, among other things, to provide some context before we go into the homeless prevention program. So beginning with the state's eviction protections, as you're aware, Governor Newsom signed AB 3088, which provided some eviction protections, and it went through June of 2021. It was extended by the COVID-19 Tenant Relief Act and Rental Housing Recovery Act to September 30th, 2021. We did put a little timeline to explain how the breakdown happened with the state eviction process worked. So from March 1st to August 31st, tenants cannot be evicted for non-payment of rent related to COVID-19 as long as they provided notice to their landlords. From September 1st, 2020 to September 30th of September 2021, tenants cannot be evicted for non-payment similarly as long as they provide notice and they provide 25% of what they owe. Then on October 1st, 2021, many of the protections for residential tenants ended and residential tenants may be served with notice to quit or leave the property. And then on November 1st, 2021, landlords may sue for any outstanding rent due. I also want to note that as part of the state eviction moratorium process, cities and counties cannot implement their own eviction moratoriums related to COVID-19 non-payment until April of 2022. And I do want to note that even though the protections have ended at September 30th, the state is continuing to encourage residents to continue applying to the state's rental assistance program and to continue providing notices to their landlords in case they haven't done so already. This will actually help them tremendously as part of the eviction process. Other things of note regarding the October 1st date. Landlords do have some obligations regarding seeking to evict tenants from October 1st through March 31st of 2022 related to COVID-19 non-payments. There's 3 areas that they have to provide: present documentation to court showings that the landlord applied for any rental assistance programs, declare under the penalty of perjury that the landlord applied for rental assistance and were denied. and that the rental agreement started before October 1st, 2021. So that's also in place right now. I did want to also know LA County did recently have some eviction protections. It was brought up at a previous council meeting, but I just want to provide some brief clarification that it was not related to COVID-19 non-payment. It was actually related to no-fault eviction protections. Because as mentioned previously, under the state, we cannot extend anything related to COVID-19 non-payment related to the eviction protections. So moving on to rental assistance, there are 3 rental assistance programs that City of Downey residents can apply for. So there's the state program, and it pays for 100% rental coverage as long as, and also utilities for 100% for 12 months period. The state of California has a $5.2 billion budget for this program. And as of yesterday, the state has distributed over $1.2 billion regarding this program. And again, they continue to do outreach for individuals to continue applying to the program because they will not end the program even though the eviction has ended, the moratorium has ended. They want to continue the program until all monies have been spent. In relation to Downey, the City of Downey has received funding, the residents, over $7 million, and 643 households in the City of Downey have been assisted through the state's program. There was a second program through LA County Assistance Program that they had in place. It was only through August 20th through June 2021. After that point, it went back to the state. But during that program, we had 1.9 million serving Downey residents and 250 households served. And then the third rental assistance program that Downey residents had access to was the city's program that is held under the Community Development Department. The program has a $950 budget, and as of today, they have awarded $763,000 or over that. And they've also assisted 237 households with an average of $3,221 per household that has been served. This program still continues to have funding, and the Community Development Department has done extensive outreach to get the information out. And I should also note they have done extensive outreach also for the state program. This includes information in English and Spanish, on the website, local newspapers, emails to individuals, property owners, Parks and Rec contact list, flyers to food helps, and so on. So it's a very robust program for outreach. And then just quickly to go over the city's homeless prevention services. Again, through the city's housing division, they do have a holistic approach when it comes to serving the community for homeless prevention. So annually, there's $25,000 from home funds that goes to the whole child to serve 10 families. Annually, $14,000 from CDBG funds goes for Fair Housing Foundation for mediation and counseling services. In 2020, the department received $1.5 million from CARES Act funds through separate CDBG funds for rental assistance and homeless prevention services. And additionally, the department has hosted 3 housing fairs assisting 70 residents, and they do these conduct on a quarterly basis. And also these meetings and other workshops, there is both English and Spanish speakers to assist residents. When it comes to homeless outreach, the city does have various avenues it does to help to Downey residents in need. There's a homeless action plan in place that sets the course of how we assist our residents in various aspects. There's multiple partnerships that we have, and you'll see the logos that we have here from LASA to PATH to Kingdom Cause, Whole Child, and so forth. The city does a great job of meeting with them weekly, some of them more than weekly, depending on the need. There's referrals and so forth. Coordinate cleanups, and I do want to note that during the cleanups, there is also service providers at the cleanups to assist individuals to get them to any needed housing or services that they can get while the cleanup is occurring. There's also remain to be engaged and responsive. City staff does do a great job of making sure that as soon as we get any information from the community or residents or from the council to respond proactively and to those responses. The police department efforts, they also have really grown in their homeless outreach efforts. They have an outreach team consisting of 12 officers, mental evaluation team, 2 officers, with 2 Department of Mental Health individuals to go out with them, assigned to the patrol team. They do homeless encampment cleanups and various services offered, especially during the cleanups. So there's mental health, child services, substance abuse, and ER services, to name a few. So now looking at community requests. So staff did reach out to different areas to see what have been the community requests now that the state evictions moratorium has ended. On the COVID-19 line, we actually haven't received any requests for assistance at this time. The Housing Division has received 7 requests at this time. And so the division has provided information for the state's rental assistance program, the city's rental assistance program, where they can submit it, how they can get help to submit, complete the application, and also information from the Fair Housing Foundations for any counseling services and legal services as well. We also reached out to some of the service providers that we work with, along with the food bank. They actually have seen no increases for services. Their assumption is because of the number of programs that are currently available, individuals are taking advantage of that at the moment. But they're continuing to monitor the situation and will notify staff with any increases that they see. So the last component is the proposed homeless prevention program. Staff is proposing to utilize the California Housing Community Development non-competitive grant. So this grant was issued in May 2021, and it uses funds from SB2. And it's permanent source of funding specifically for affordable housing and homeless prevention services. The city's allocation is about $3.1 million if we were to apply for the grant. In order to attain the money for the grant, we have to get City Council's approval for the resolution that you see attached to the report. And then we also have to submit a 5-year plan of how we plan to use the funds. So the breakdown that is listed in the resolution is about $1 million for years 1 and 2, specifically given to nonprofits to help with rapid rehousing, rental assistance, and supportive case management for Downey residents. For years 2 through 5, it's $2.1 million, and it's primarily to work for partnership with LA County to enhance traditional housing at a county facility in the city of Downey. I do want to note that even though this is part of the resolution right now, so we can obtain the funds and move forward with projects, if there is a change in needs and we see that allocation of monies need to be done, that will definitely come back to the City Council for discussion as we move forward with the process. And that concludes staff's report, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Vanya. I do have a comment or a question, actually. In your presentation, you indicated 233 households have been assisted through the COVID-19 rent relief, the subsidy program that we've offered, correct?
200 and as of today, it's 237 households through the city's program, yes.
Okay, so in now, the 7 that you had as of November 1st, are those the current households on a wait list, or are those in the process?
Yeah, they are not included as part of the 237. So
those are additional?
They're additional that have been given information of how they can complete the process.
Okay. So are we seeing a spike in the need? I know we have been doing a significant outreach regarding the 950,000 that we've had allocated for a significant period of time. And as of that, the 700,000 plus has already been awarded. But how, in the last quarter, have we seen an uptick in the number of applications? What are we seeing? What is our need?
Right, so we haven't seen it on a quarter basis. We were mainly concerned after the eviction moratorium ended. And so at that point, moving forward, that's when we started really monitoring what is the uptick. And it's really the 7 that we have received from the housing division that we had request. So beyond that, but unless our community development director, Aldo, has any information.
Yes, thank you, Vanya, and I can add to that. We track our numbers on a weekly basis, and we have data for the entire time that we've administered the program, and we haven't seen much of a spike over the last quarter.
City Manager Rivas, you were going to say something.
Yeah, only that, essentially what we're trying to do here is allocate some money for homeless prevention at the end of the day, right? So it's about $1 million. That money would go to some service agencies that would be able to assist people that potentially may fall through the cracks. And a lot of times what we do is we get referrals from TLC, from the school district, for people that may need assistance, who may not be able to get it through the state or any other means. So this would be sort of a third safety net, if you will, that would be in place should that arise. Now, the money could be allocated there. At the end of the day, most of these social service agencies don't have a difficult time finding families in need for it. So, and that amounts to about $1 million. The future money down the road is a couple $1 million. We have some time. We'll see where the program goes, how it pans out, and if we ultimately, for example, if something comes our way where we can do some affordable housing project, or we can do some housing project, we can always come back to you and reallocate those fundings for that particular project. Essentially, what I'm just sort of recapitalizing what Vanya just said. We can always come back and reprogram it, and then we'll take a look at it. But that's essentially where we're at. We don't see an uptick. This is, again, we want to be ahead of the curve, and we're providing a safety net. So,
And with one more question, when applying for that particular grant, do we need to, as a city, provide, again, substantial need? I'm assuming some of these applications in other cities as well are pretty competitive. So my question is, do you have to provide a need base in order to qualify for a grant like this?
So that's what makes this grant a little unique. So it's a non-competitive grant, and it's specifically for this purpose, for affordable housing stock and homeless prevention services. The state really wants cities to implement programs such as this. So that's why we kind of already have an idea of how much money we would obtain from the non-competitive grant. It's simply just a matter of applying for it and giving a breakdown of how we would use the money, which is what was outlined in the resolution, but there's no need show necessarily a need for it, because like I mentioned,
one last thing.
Yes.
Bonnie, can you tell them where the source of funding for this program comes from?
Yeah, so it does come from, so it was SB 2 that had initiated to do the permanent funding, and so it's from real estate transactions. I believe it's $70 per real estate transaction that happened in the community, and that's the money that is saved up in order to create funding for specifically this purpose.
I have a question. Vanya, we have as a state program, the housing is key. Do we know how many Downey residents have applied for that one specifically?
We would have to reach out to the county, the housing program, that's primarily worked through them to see who has utilized it. We don't have that information right now.
Can we get that information? Because I have a knowledge that Downey residents have applied more into the housing is key instead of the Downey program that we have. Like the majority has been applying for the housing is key.
So we can definitely get that back to you. That is run through the county. So I would have to reach out to them and see what is the numbers look for that in the program that people are applying to.
Okay, thank you.
Vanya, I thought one of the slides already had that information. The housing is key slide.
No, there's no.
Oh, I thought it told us how many Downey homes.
It's in general that is giving you the numbers of applicants, but I'm asking for the Downey residents who have applied for housing is key.
Oh, okay.
So, and just to clarify, so the housing, I'm not sure if we're talking about the key housing key program, which is where the hotels are utilized.
The rent assistant housing is key.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, one is room key and the other one is housing is key.
So,
Two separate programs.
Yes, it's different, but it's similar name.
Yeah, so then if we're looking at the Housing is Key COVID-19 rent relief program from the state, yes, Councilmember Trujillo is correct. We do have that on slide 9.
Can I see it?
Yeah.
Can you pull it
Sorry.
up? Yeah, that's,
Go back. Oh, wait.
So 643 households have been assisted with an average of 11,191, and total amount given to City of Downey for residents and for this particular program is over 7 million.
7 million. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
any additional questions? Yes, Councilmember
Really
Ashton.
brief question. So with this grant fund, is there a percentage that the city has to chip in to qualify for the grant, or is that all?
No, it's all through the state.
Thank you.
More of a comment. I just want to thank the staff for coming up with this. I think we want the residents, Downey residents, to understand that we're here, we're ready to help them not become homeless. And it's good that we're being proactive about it instead of reactionary. So, look, I don't think there's going to be a large need in Downey, but we need to be prepared. And residents should know that not only is there a state housing key, we have our own fund, which is almost used up, but now hopefully we'll get, if the council approves the resolution, the additional 5 million. So thank you to the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, very, very, very well said, Councilmember Trujillo. I think it's about mitigating a potential situation. If there's no further comments, I will.
I'm sorry. What? So it's 5 million, or is it 3.1 million?
It's 3.1 million.
Okay. Thank you.
If there's no further comments from my colleagues, I will open this item up for public comment. And City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence to be read into the record regarding this public hearing item?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay, members of the public wishing to address the council regarding this public hearing item may now come forward and form a line. I do have to make a comment and let you know that public comment for non-agenda items has been moved for the end of our agenda, and we will do this public hearing and then move on to consent. So go ahead and public hearing comment.
Yes. Mike Greenspan, yes, I've been homeless too before. Spent a lot of the 80s being homeless, so I know what it's like. Unlike people that talk about it in theory and do nothing. I did not vote for that sales tax increase for homeless support services with LASHA. LASHA has been a scandal-ridden agency. A top-notch person had resigned over a year, probably 2 years ago, over scandals. And then a guy named Phil Ansell, I saw him at a homeless committee meeting in the city of Los Angeles. The funny thing about Phil Ansell, Dr. Mellow Desire had some friends go out there. He was at a homeless conference. They follow him to the parking lot to ask him a question, and he gets in a Rolls Royce. Yeah, folks, where does he get that kind of money to have a Rolls Royce? And I brought that issue up. And Phil Ansell got up and spoke at the homeless committee hearing. And he said, there's all this talk about me having a Rolls Royce, and I drive a 2006 Camry, and it's just what's going on social media. Folks, I don't have social media. It's my big mouth that mentioned his Rolls Royce. Because Dr. Mellow Desire's friend took a picture of a silver phantom. Yes. When you are with LASHA and you're driving around a Rolls Royce but not getting a salary commensurate with it, there's some fishy stuff going on. And somebody else with LASHA had to resign under protest. Now, Janice Hahn had her dog and pony show, and she presented to the Board of Supervisors an award. This family was homeless in Los Angeles and went from being homeless to homeowner. And you want to know the catch? They couldn't afford a house in Los Angeles County. They had to buy it in San Bernardino County. Oh, Janice was so upset, but she's so clueless. It's an adult form of Alicia Silverstone. She has her house. Fuck everybody that doesn't have theirs. After all, in the 80s, they didn't give us tents. If we were lucky, like I was, I had a motor vehicle to sleep in. In fact, right there in Westwood, down the street from UCLA. That's where I managed to hide and to sleep in my vehicle. Now, I wanted to also, well, there's a lot of things I could say, but it's mainly focusing on Lasha, and they supplied money to PATH, people assisting the homeless, and there's a scandal on PATH. The other thing, PATH does not help people unless if they're too old, and just that kind of stuff. And I wanted to apologize to the viewers at home because you didn't see my sign. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herman, you may proceed.
Wow. Niggers with attitude. Niggers with attitude. Experiencing homeless, you have to be a nigger with an attitude to understand. And that is always bring your banana for the monkeys, the chongos, and the lying shitholes that believe that on page 5, the path to 250 households, it's all worth 5.2 billion state fucking dedicated dollars. Fuck you, Sacramento. That's the bottom line. You know, if my cock was as big as this banana, I would probably suck it right now. But I don't suck cock to any politician who promises us housing. And for years, you dirty niggers have not sent not one fucking Jew back to Israel. Why? Let's give them back
You
to
need
the
to stay
dark
on topic,
garden
Mr. Herman.
of housing.
Topic. Stay on topic.
I'm talking about housing to discuss the homeless prevention program where these fucking Jews to save America. And it's all about my notion of emotion, that I'm feeling a permanent local housing allocation, PLHA acronym for dumb bitches and cunts, to understand that Rick Oliveira's short dick in my hand would know that there's no housing. There is no housing. Will you please let me fucking finish my point? At risk of being homeless? Do you not fucking understand there's no such thing as being homeless? You look at all the niggers in the street. You look at all the homeless camps on the street. You look at all the fucking transgender niggers walking up and down the street with their backpacks, these young men, these young women, and you haven't done a fucking thing to prevent a significant portion of understanding at risk of being homeless. So no matter how much money you give, no matter how much money you steal, on page 6, 2.1 million, Janice Hahn, fuck these bitches, take the money and spend it. Spend every fucking dollar because Washington is watching you, Janice Hahn. I just sent my DOJ civil rights complaint about housing for the record as I speak tonight, so that the niggers and the bitches and the cunts like Roy Ball Allard will understand there's no such thing as experiencing homelessness. That's why I got this banana in my hand to feed the fucking niggers on the street. There's no such thing as experiencing homelessness. You're all a bunch of fucking liars, hypocrites. God hates homosexuality. All you do is fuck with people who are homeless. Stop fucking with homeless people and give them a right and dignity.
Okay, you are done.
Mommy.
You're welcome, son.
And this
You're
is for the
done.
record, by the way. All this jargon shit. Fucking assholes.
I'm going to give you a warning to not be disruptive in this meeting, and this is your first warning, Herman, for being disruptive. Good evening.
Good evening. Well, this is definitely the wrong direction to go in. This does fuel bloated government. That's all it does. It's done it for years, and it's time to change direction. Let's stop trying to enable victims or the victim incorporated people that are oppressed, maybe colonized, or some of the other words that are always coming in here. We don't need, the state is telling you to start the programs and to get them going, and they're watching so they can give you more money with more of their regulations. And the feds are watching the state. So they're just waiting to print up $3 trillion more dollars and then tell us that the inflation will just go away or it won't be as bad. But actually, we need to open up our businesses and our state, get rid of the mask mandates, the vaccine mandates, so people can
Please stay on
afford
topic.
to get housing and pay for their housing. They can have a job that they can go to work and pay for their housing instead of waiting for the state or the city to pay for their rent or pay for their room and board. We don't need to take care of that. They don't need to look to us to do that. You need to let them do that. They can do it. There's plenty of help wanted signs out here. So let's stop funding all this bloated government and move in the proper direction. And that is to open up so people can get their own paycheck and pay their own rent or mortgages. Thank you.
Thank you.
So there was an article in the Downey Patriot not so long ago talking about how rent has increased once again drastically here in the city of Downey. Taking that into account, I noticed that the county has done an excellent job at promoting some of these programs for homelessness, and I gotta say I have not seen that on behalf of our city as much, and I'm following all the websites, so I would like for the city council to be more engaging in social media and continue to promote these programs, and to perhaps even consider working more along with Ms. Alvarez and making sure that we can provide rental assistance, possibly bring back the consideration for a moratorium down the line. As you can see, the pandemic hasn't ended. Rents continue to increase, and homelessness continues to be a problem across the state, and yes, here in Downey as well. Take a drive through Firestone Boulevard, you'll see that the homeless population is increasing in our city, and we love our city, we love our constituents, so I'm asking our council members to do more, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. So on this topic, I am completely in favor of more rental, subsidies, assistance, control, because I was listening, and you use one word, Mayor Fermetta, you called it, mitigating. So let's talk about that word, mitigating. Okay, so there's a problem, which is people seem to not be able to pay their rents or sometimes their mortgages. And then so they're hurting. So the idea of this mitigation strategy is to, let's make it a little bit better. Please, let's make it a little bit better. Yeah, on the one hand, we do support that, but we should also be mindful. Is that the kind of response you would want from a doctor? You go to the doctor and they tell you, we're going to mitigate your cancer. We're going to mitigate your asthma. These kind of programs are great for what they are, but they don't get at the root of issues. And that's what you really should be considering and talking about, which is that it is true. I've heard mention, other speakers brought up, different ideas about housing. Housing used to be a human right. You were born into a tribe and you had a little choza, a little house, and people lived there. You didn't have to pay for some little lot or some structure on a lot that's a recent creation in the market economy. It didn't used to be the case. Maybe if you were a feudal lord and you're thinking, oh gosh, all my peasants, I don't just want them to work hard. I want them to pay this thing called rent. I'm going to come up with the concept of rent. I'm going to tell them, well, if you not only want to work on my land for very low wages, which would be the equivalent to what you're doing here, right? Because you've refused to raise the minimum wage here in the city. So you're going to have the ability to live here, but that little spot where you're going to be able to call your home, you're going to have to pay for that. It's not going to be your right, because housing is not a human right. That's what the modern economy teaches people. But of course, housing did used to be a human right, and that's where we should be moving forward to. So I appreciate all of these elements of moving towards more rental assistance and mortgage assistance, but ultimately, you should just bring down the prices and consider all the way to zero. It's been done in the past, especially during war times, and that's the kind of systemic solution we need in our city.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no additional public comment regarding this public hearing, unless there are any additional comments from the council, I will make a motion to adopt this resolution. Can I have a second? Okay, please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay. Moving on to consent. Now is the time for consent calendar items. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item?
Madam Mayor, I need to abstain from item number 3 as my home is within 500 feet of this project.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, I will now open the public comment for consent and consent calendar items only. City Clerk, did we receive written comments regarding consent calendar?
We did not, Mayor.
Okay, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment on, and this is only on consent. Please stay on topic. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Greenspan.
Yes, Mike Greenspan, and wanted to thank our pastor for mentioning Jesus, but he still won't get Christmas dinner at Tebow's Timaquana Country Club. Tebow will bodily throw him out because he's Jewish. Just thought, for the record, I'd let it be known. Now, on the consent thing, there's a couple of things I'd like to mention. About your mandatory organic waste disposal reduction, a form of recycling. Why don't you guys get back to basics and at least recycle those plastic water bottles that are always making the trash can? I mean, every city that's talking about a state mandate on recycling, and then they turn around and if the public officials throw those plastic water bottles in the trash can. Can't we at least recycle plastic water bottles if we're going to talk about recycling and other waste being reduced? Now, this thing about the Vector Control District Board of Trustees. Well, one of the things that will disqualify somebody is...
That is not on consent, Mr. Greenspan.
Yes, it is. Administrative is not consent?
No.
Okay. My bad. Okay. Now, the targeted picketing or residential picketing. Now, why would it be wrong for somebody if they're moving through the neighborhood and it's not targeting anybody? Now, if you stay there in one place and make noise, you're disturbing the peace. But if you're moving, then you have a right to do it. And they could give the permit a permitted time. It starts at 9 in the morning. The permit ends at 10:30. And then if they're there afterward, then you've got them on failure to disperse because it becomes an illegal assembly. That's a very adequate law. And people get to hear the demonstrations. If they don't like it, why don't they move to gated communities and stay away from the public? Because they really have contempt for the public anyway, the public officials. So why don't they just not be hypocritical and move where the public has no access, as in a gated community? The kind of places that people like the Tebows would live in. Anyway, now, we're talking about a $4.5 million on the Measure R bond funds. That's quite a chunk of change. How is it going to be misused and embezzled and other things and just not end up trickling down for the purpose it's intended? Well, time will tell. Remember, if you like the library, you'll love these projects. October ended up at the end of May. Only Downey could do that. Even someone in Sweet November tried to add 3 calendar days in the month.
Thank you. I'm going to remind our speakers to review your consent calendar items because those are what you're speaking on tonight, right now at this moment. Go ahead, Mr. Herman.
Wow. How come we don't have any translation for Spanish-speaking people here today?
There is translation services, and there are.
Yo me siento como uno no quiere escucharme.
The translator is present via Zoom tonight.
Oh, está bien. ¿Me escucha bien, cabrón? Contéstame. Señor. Güey. Órale pues, puto. So, the approval for plans for residential streets pavement, capital improvement is with that dumb fucking president of the 46th presidency has said what that $1.7 trillion is going to do. Rebuild our infrastructure. Well, I'm waiting to see that. Because if I recall right, I have an open case with Caltrans.
You need to stay on topic. Caltrans is not on the agenda.
I'm dealing with capital improvements. I'm setting an example, Madam Mayor. So before you interrupt me, at least allow my mind to think on its own basis and not have a hypocritical bitch tell me how to think. So, again, fuck reconstructions of your curb axes and your fucking cunt ramps to comply. You don't do shit about it, leave us. Fucking streets don't have sidewalks. Down the street over here on Old River and between fucking jackass Dempster all the way down here to the fucking dumb bitch 105. And then when I go over to the rich motherfuckers on the north side of Downey off of Firestone, those niggers don't got sidewalks either. And me and Trujillo have to walk the kids across the street and not get hurt. Then we got item 5, bitches. SB, son of a bitch, 1383. We see Governor Brown, and I'm not talking about shit Brown, I'm talking about organic waste disposal shit. Am I on topic? I'm talking about waste disposal, and I can smell the shit already. It's actually getting to my lungs. And then we go to item 6, the dumb cunts, the so-called bitch that went there to the Veterans Parade on Thursday says, oh yeah, we got to support First Amendment. Well, as you read item 6 and you go to the administration reports and read number 8, they relate. The fucking bitch is targeting those of us about public morals and policies. Well, 42 U.S.C. 1983, fuck you, Roy Ball Allard, fuck you, Governor Newsom, and fuck your stupid target morals on municipal code. Don't you get it? All this shit is killing me. The policy, the COVID, I feel sick. I feel like fucking Mommy Pacheco and El Monte.
Thank you. Your time is up.
City Attorney, do you need a motion to...
Madam Mayor, there was some Spanish spoken in that portion. Would you like that interpreted?
No, it's not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
City Attorney, I asked you a question.
You may proceed.
This is public comment. It's your time to speak.
I want to ask the city council not to move forward with item number 6. The 300-foot targeted site on picketing is a violation of the First Amendment. I know that you guys are claiming that some courts have accepted it here and in some states, but it is clearly a violation of the First Amendment. I also want to tell the community that this does not end targeted picketing, and it does not bring silence or respite or whatever the mayor claims it will bring. What it does is protects the council member's home by 300 feet and pushes the problem to their neighbors. So she may not have to hear it up close, but her neighbors will have to deal with it. That's the type of abuse that these council members have reached. Not only do they not want to be criticized for their failures and their ignorance on the council, but now they want their neighbors to be the ones to deal with these problems. When Frometa says that this will bring peace, it means peace to her and only herself. Anyone that is next door to her within the 300 feet line will have to hear the protest. And I assure you that protests protected by the First Amendment will continue. But let it be known and very clear, these council members are being selfish. Anyone that votes on item number 6 is choosing themselves and to push their problems 300 feet down the line to their neighbors. The neighbors are the ones that will be suffering. If you're one of their neighbors, good luck. Because now instead of having their issues brought to their faces in their private property, now they're gonna push it down to your private property. You're the ones who are living next to these people who are going to have to see protesters on your lawn because they're pushing the problems towards you. Instead of handling their issues like real council members, like real people who care about our communities, who should be out there engaging with the community members who show up to protest, they are telling the community, no, we don't want to hear it. We want to push you away, and it's the neighbors who are going to have to deal with this noise. This is an attack on the First Amendment, and it's a problem that is getting pushed out to the community. Do not expect peace. Expect more noise, because now it's not on their now it's not their problem. It's the people's problem. It's their neighbors' problem. It's them running away from their duties and their responsibilities. And you should know better. All of you should know better. And Trujillo, once again, I cannot believe that he is asking for a permit to protest. That is not only idiotic and pathetic, but this guy served as a DA. He should know the law. Frometa, this is an assault, and you continue to attack the community and the First Amendment.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm back. No matter what the carnival barkers say in the audience, we'll just have to ignore them and their threats of how they're going to target you on your street. It is a good thing to have some protections for people in their homes. 100 yards is plenty of space, but to actually threaten to go on other people's lawns and things like that you're pushing it off, is absolutely absurd. As we've seen tonight, we've seen that the fascist socialists don't believe you own any private property, or you should be allowed to own any private property and have comfort and safety on your own private property. They would love to see that eliminated if they could. So we do need some protections. As we've seen in Kenosha, Wisconsin, what they will do to you on the street if you happen to get, running away from them. They will chase you, they will target you, and they will attempt to kill you. Thank God for Kyle Rittenhouse that he was allowed to protect himself on our streets. Thank you.
Go Go ahead, good evening.
I wasn't planning on saying anything, but I don't know, I haven't been here in about 4 years speaking to the city council. How did you guys let this get so out of shape? I feel like I'm in an alternate world.
Please stay on topic.
Well, please, I want you to understand that the decision that you take tonight not only will impact you, it'll impact us. Yes, they have the right to do their demonstrations, and they have the right to the First Amendment, but we all have the right to be quiet if we don't want all that noise that it's unwanted. Use whatever resources you have at your disposition. I feel a lot of people calling me names. I'm part Jewish. That did not sit well with me. So they're violating my rights? Are they calling me names? Are they calling you names? Are they calling you names and you names? And no one does anything about it. Don't let that very few minority interfere with everybody's right to exist peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and
good evening,
City Council members. Correction. Correction. Facts are facts. They are not socialist. They are revolutionary Marxist communists. I experienced it myself. Where I was born, I experienced it myself.
Please stay on topic.
Thank you. I think that what's on the agenda is correct. And I think it's fair for everyone, not just myself, my family, and my neighbors, but it's the fair thing to do. 300, it's not even fair. But I understand the Constitution, and we all have rights, and they have rights to scream and holler, and you know, these young people, ignorant people, when it comes to the subject matter, before I get bombarded with rotten eggs here tonight, that's all. I was not prepared to speak. I was not planning on speaking, but yes, you have your rights, but so do we. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Please, order. Order, please. Order.
Please. Mr. Martinez, Ms. Kotaya, please.
Mr.
I think she should be
Martinez?
kicked out.
Ms. Kotaya.
Causing a disturbance, she should be kicked out.
No, you're causing it.
Hey, please.
Okay, so I want to speak on item number, 6. So I want to speak about the fact that when the city prosecutor was here talking about this, he completely ignored the most logical and lawyerly arguments against it. How convenient, right, for a political hire to ignore what the politicians don't want to be talked about. So, since people are talking about, the Constitution, let's talk about it. So this ordinance, again, is being pushed on the people of Downey and the people of other cities because San Jose has gotten away with it ever since 2006. Well, guess what? That court process that San Jose went through, it didn't go to the Supreme Court. Of course, Downey could go to the Supreme Court. That would be kind of fun, wouldn't it, Mayor Fermetta? So why would Downey go to the Supreme Court? It would go to the Supreme Court because this ordinance violates the 14th Amendment, the one that, one of the ones that, many veterans of 180 years ago fought for. This right to equal protection under the law. So what you're doing is, you're saying, well, we're safeguarding the peace. But as has been pointed out by other speakers, and which you ignore repeatedly last time and still to this day, you're actually creating unequal protection because you are moving the annoyance, the protesters, down to your neighbors. That is discriminatory against your neighbors because obviously you're the ones likely to be protested. In fact, as far as I know, I don't think that there's ever been a protest against a non-elected official here in the city of Downey. So it's really you guys that are the targets. I remember Mr. Ashton even said when the mayor last time tried to bring this to an ad hoc committee, and he said, well, so we're going to serve on the ad hoc committee to regulate this when we're the only ones affected. Yeah, well, that's exactly the same situation that you're creating here. It's a situation that, and I want to clarify, I actually agree with the idea that there should be a balance, but I don't think that distance should be that factor. Mr. Trujillo was correct when he said that, what about a time? Well, what about, why couldn't it have been no protesting after some time? He didn't like the time that the city prosecutor gave at that point, but timing would have been a far better choice for this ordinance instead of the distance, because the distance inherently creates unequal protection under the laws, and you're not going to like that. So go Downey.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers?
I have a...
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Alvarez.
So I wanted to point out number 5. I just want to ask a question about that one. And on number 6, the number 5, I just want to ask if this waste disposal reduction is going to be applying for residents that lives in apartments.
We first have to close
this.
public
Okay,
comment.
it's fine.
Okay. I make a motion to close public comment.
Second.
Okay. And council colleagues, you want to vote, you want to pull?
Yes, pull any of number 5 and number 6. I will make a comment for both.
Okay. Go ahead.
So the question for the number 5 is if the disposal reduction is going to be applying for apartment residents.
City Manager Rivas, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and defer that to our Public Works or Vanya. I don't know which of the Public Works.
Yes, so SB 1383 requires that single-family homes, apartments, multi-family residences, and commercial businesses to recycle so the organics waste will be reduced.
If that not happens, because I have seen that there's landlords that they don't follow some instructions and rules, what can happen if they don't follow or they don't follow this instruction?
Part of the ordinance that is in front of you right now, there are inspections, auditing, monitoring requirements, and if they're not followed, there are enforceable provisions. So it will be subject to administrative citations.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez, on page 5 of the report regarding this mandatory organic waste disposal reduction, and for the record, right here on the page 5, it indicates compliance and enforcement. Under SB 1383, the city, the violator, ordinances adopted by local jurisdictions must contain an enforcement element and issue penalties for noncompliance no later than January 1st, 2024. The proposed ordinance will have an emphasis on education and compliance first, prior to enforcement activities by city staff. And Cal Recycle has given local jurisdictions the flexibility to develop its own enforcement process within these parameters. So again, we have until January 1st, 2024, but there's going to be a first education component and then the enforcement.
Thank you. I asked these questions because a lot of people don't read the whole entire agenda, so I just wanted to inform.
No, and
the
I think it's
renters out there.
important. Thank you for bringing that up.
So for number 6, I wanted to say something about it. We already spoke about it, but I believe our one of the council members was not here, one of my colleagues. I just want to emphasize that all these regulations and ordinances that we're actually implementing, or my colleagues are implementing because I'm not okay with this, is because there's one time, there were multiple times that tenants union and renters came to advocate for a moratorium. Just want to emphasize on this because why is this coming up is because the city council that I was in this at the time sitting over here didn't listen to the request that the tenants were actually requesting for a moratorium those days. I don't think we should implement this unless we are going to keep our eyes and our ears closed. Also, another thing that I wanted to say something about it is that just minutes ago happened that one of the visitors that is here, constituent, was actually talking to another constituent not in a good way, not in a good manner, and nothing happened. So when we need to be equal for both sides, and I know, I get it, it's the First Amendment, but it needs to go for both sides. Thank you. And I wanted to abstain from this one, for number 6.
Thank you. Regarding number 6, and for clarification purposes, I think we already took the vote on this, and this is to protect future individuals. The city of Los Angeles, the county of Riverside, the city of Long Beach, the county and city of San Diego, and many others. I think the list right now is well over 35, maybe close to 40 cities across the state have taken these measures to make sure that the rights of individuals, First Amendment free speech, versus the protection of residents is balanced. And again, this, we already took an action on this item, and this has really, it's not only because of the tenants' protest at our home. This is for protection now and moving forward. If no additional comment from my council colleagues.
Madam Mayor,
Can I
I
just
hope you humor me on some of this, because I think for these 2 items, I missed those meetings. So I do have 2 brief questions, one for number 5 and one for number 6 as well. So number 5, so they're going to start putting cans out in January to do the organic waste.
That is correct. So it's effective January 1st, 2022.
And so CalMet then would be putting like I don't know, like a purple can or something, or it's a different color can, or are we going to use the same?
So it will be a 3 container system. So I believe it will be green. That will be for the green waste and the organics.
Okay, so it's going to go into the yard waste.
Yes.
Carol,
so then, and
do you have additional information? I'm sorry, Councilmember
Yeah,
Ashton. I think Carol may have additional information. I do have additional. Could you come up to
Yeah,
the
please.
microphone? Thank you.
My name is Carol Rowland, and I'm the recycling coordinator for the city of Downey. And I've been working on SB 1383. To clarify, in Downey, it's not going to happen for residential or multi-units until, well, we're going to do a pilot program in April. And we're going to only do 300 to 400 homes. We have a designated area that we're looking into, or CalMet is looking into. And then we're going to have a full-blown program in 2023.
Okay.
So we're going to ease into it. We're going to have a campaign to educate the community We have a website that is exclusive right now for SB 1383, and CalMet will be with their sort report, and you'll be getting additional information as we progress in this process.
Okay, so kind of related to this, so assuming we're using the yard waste can for the organic waste too, is that going to affect some of the other limitations that we have for the yard waste can? So like as an example, cactus and yucca plants can't go into the yard waste?
Yucca and cactus could never go into the yard waste. They have to go into the regular trash. But so what's going to happen is the green waste is going to be combined with the organics. That's correct.
So, but cactus and yucca are plants, and that's.
I know, but I mean, the only reason is the way that we collect that particular item in Downey is that yucca and cactus have to go into the trash because they can't grind it or they can't process it. Okay. You can put like all your other landscaping prunings into the green waste. Those type of plants are not allowed. But yes, organics are going to go into the green waste barrel once we start the program.
So I just, and I'm sure we'll talk offline, but I just kind of had this issue. I've always had this issue with why you can't put other green products in with the other green, like the yucca and the cactus, but we'll talk later. So thank you for that.
It's really the way it's collected in Downey, and you may find other jurisdictions have the same collection and have the same problems. So that's why they kind of they put that into their regular trash, their solid waste.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Carol.
Okay. And then my other question for item 6, and it was kind of brought up a little bit, and why didn't we go with the time thing for this? Because I think that would, to me, seems a more logical way to handle the like limiting the time that people can go to certain homes versus the distance. I'm not an attorney, but I feel that the distance regulation is a lot harder will be a lot harder to enforce if we're taken to court on it. That's just my opinion, but
we actually had a in-depth discussion about that.
And I appreciate that. I just thank you for humoring me with this.
Yeah, I can't sort of recite. Maybe the attorney can give us some insight on it.
The question was asked during the meeting. Actually, even before the meeting, PD asked the question, the same one. Mm-hmm. City prosecutor indicated that he didn't believe that could be legally defensible for this type of ordinance. And in fact, he was defending a city who, on this type of ordinance that had that kind of language in there, and they weren't successful. So his recommendation was not to go in that direction, but to go with the 300 feet as a better option for this ordinance.
All right.
So what I'd like to do is ask, I understand that Councilmember Alvarez pulled the number 6, so I would just ask you, since it's an ordinance, that you take a separate vote on that one, so we make sure that we have the right vote recorded.
Okay, no further comments?
No, I'm good.
Actually, I had a question for Carol. You mentioned that an area has been identified as for the potential pilot. Can you tell us generally where in the city we're looking at?
It's going to be the area that's going to be from 7th Street to Firestone, and I think it's going to be Paramount to possibly Reeves. There's 300 or 400 homes, and that's where CalMet just has chosen to use that as their pilot program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Trujillo. With Mayor Pro Tem abstaining from number 3, I will make a motion. Can I get a second to approve consent calendar?
Second.
Okay, please vote, and we will vote on item number 6 separately.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Going back to item number 6.
I'll make a motion to approve item number 6.
I second. Please vote.
The motion is approved with Councilmember Sean Ashton voting no and Councilmember Catherine Alvarez voting no.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to administrative reports. There are a total of 4 administrative reports this evening. And item number 7 is to discuss the appointment of the City of Downey's representative to the Greater Los Angeles County Vector Control District Board of Trustees to begin January 3rd, 2022. City Manager Rivas, do we have a report for item number 7?
This item will be presented by our city clerk.
Mayor, this item is for the city council to discuss the appointment of the city's representative to the LA County Vector Control District for a 2 or 4-year term. Currently, trustee Robert Kiefer serves and has served on that Vector Control District as trustee for 3 2-year terms. So the council can discuss and consider appointing a new representative or can reappoint Mr. Kiefer once again.
And City Clerk Duarte, what is the recommendation from Vector Control? Did we receive any information from them in regards to Mr. Kiefer's appointment?
Yes, I did receive an email from Maria Weinbaum of Vector Control. They stated in their email that they would like to have Trustee Kiefer reappointed to the Vector Control as trustee.
And is he still interested in serving?
We actually tried to reach him. I didn't get an answer from him. I left him a voicemail message.
Okay.
Yes, Councilmember Trujillo.
I don't know Mr. Kiefer. I'm not sure what responsibility this has, so I'm inclined to open it up. How long has he served already?
6 years. So if you don't mind, I can give you a little background on how this all came about. Because when you look at kind of the stuff from Vector Control, they usually appoint council members or mayors for this.
Mm-hmm.
When this came up, my first year, and nobody was actually on council at the time that could actually make that meeting. We all had different commitments at that time. Myself, I had ICA meetings because we meet on the second Thursday of every month as well. So at that time, Robert was available and he was willing to do it, and council agreed to it, and so we appointed him to be the Vector Control trustee. And then and then 2 years came and kind of the same issue, and then 2 years again came and kind of the same issue, where nobody was able to fill that slot. So really, I mean, it's for us to decide who we would like to have on there. I think Robert's done a fine job. I don't have anything against him. I think he would do another great job for the next 2 years. But ultimately, it should be us that decides, we should be the representatives first. And if that's not available, then, I'm assuming Robert would still be willing to do it, then then we can go to that route.
Thank you, Councilmember Ashton. And I think one of the things that the council must consider is that once this appointment is made, there are no changes. It's for the full 2-year term or the 4-year term. And again, back to your point, you have to be available and make those meetings. I think from a council perspective, we are tied up with so many other intergovernmental meetings and committees that it can be a challenge for us sometimes.
I think just for transparency, if Mr. Kiefer, and it sounds like he's done a great job, is interested, I think we should at least open it, publicize it, and see if anybody's interested. I'm a big believer in giving people chances, opportunities to become engaged. I don't know if there's anybody out there, but I take it that none of us want to do the vector control thing. Council, anybody? No?
No.
I just don't know what they do, but I will tell you this. Mosquitoes are a problem in Downey. I mean, I have to use my citronella candles, and I just think of families that don't have the means to buy. I have repellents like everywhere, and I think my husband could tell you. To me, it's important because now I'm hearing
it's hugely important.
that they're carrying diseases, and I don't know. And if Mr. Kiefer hasn't responded, again, I don't want this to be anything negative of Mr. Kiefer. I don't know him. He's probably done a great job. I just think maybe we could open it up for other Downey residents who might be interested, and Mr. Kiefer may not be interested.
I think we should open it for any constituent who wants to be in there, and also to let know what is the duty as having this position.
Ms. City Clerk, what is the, how quickly do we need to appoint somebody? I know this is for a term to begin in January. Can we come back to the meeting of December 14th with maybe some candidates and take the vote then?
Yes, you can do that. Our meeting in December, we didn't have any, anticipated to have any discussion items, but, I mean, I was gonna.
That's the will of the board.
Yeah.
That's really, certainly it can be done on the 14th. Typically, when we do December, it's only just a bill paying, and then it's usually the mayoral rotation that day, and so we don't have a lot of business. But certainly, we can add this to the agenda at the council's desire to do that. We can certainly do that.
Well, if anything, we should, okay, let's say Mr. Kiefer says, I'm no longer interested.
Right.
It's gonna have to come back to us anyways. So maybe we can make a motion where if he's interested, okay, let's go ahead and give it to him again. And if he's not, go ahead and open it up and bring us the candidate.
We didn't hear from him, so we don't know if he is interested still. That's also the point.
Yeah, well, I think that's what Councilmember Trujillo was just saying, yeah.
So I'll make a motion that we confirm Mr. Kiefer for another 2-year term pending his acceptance.
Okay.
And if not, we authorize the city clerk to open it up to the city residents to submit their interest applications for us to consider at the next meeting.
Public comment.
I think we need to, yes, before we vote, that's a good motion. Before we vote, we need to open it up for public comment. We are getting ahead of ourselves. We are on
No
a
matter
roll.
what my motion is, we have to open it up for public comment, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't feel too
You can
bad
still
now.
make your motion. That's
You can
okay.
still make your motion, and then you second. So go ahead, we have recorded that. We're going to go ahead and open this item for public comment. And remember, this item is to discuss the appointment for LA County Vector Control. Go ahead, Mr. Herman.
Yeah, we need a vector control that can get rid of these pests. A pest can be anything that is abhorrently offensive. Take, for example, my quote, "A corrupt heart elicits in an hour all that is bad is in us." So if we continue to have the same jackass for 2 or 4 years, what representation do we have? That's like wiping your ass with one finger and striking your hand across the other portion of your ass. The same ass. Stinky shit. So, again, what board of trustee can we trust holding an office if the seat that is considered, or at this point may be abandoned? Where's the asshole at tonight? Has he abandoned his position? If I wanted to fucking be in the same seat for another 2 to 4 years, I'd be here tonight saying, fuck me now, Trujillo. Yeah, keep those pests off me. Fuck me now, huh? And spraying my shit over me. But instead, the mayor is saying, yeah, just put him back in his position and let him miss all those meetings. Let him not show up. Where the fuck are at tonight? Where's that fucking Vector guy? He's not under the seat. Because I'll tell you for a fact, there was a mosquito in this room right now I was chasing between my legs. And he saw my banana and he left. So, again, why do we have a discussion about appointees for this appointment when the appointees are not here? It does not make fucking sense. I'm talking reasonable to jackasses. I'm not talking about you, Trio. Except, if I had to burn candles to keep fucking the vector control under control, I'd be telling you, you're wasting your money. Maybe if some jackass would sweep up the stagnant water and drain out the stagnant water that creates a vector problem, we wouldn't have this type of mosquito or larvae growing in our neighborhoods, right? But instead, we have a jackass, moron, pathetic idiot who's sworn in declaration, I'm here as a vector control, and he doesn't show up tonight. He doesn't show up tonight. The only asshole tonight is me criticizing where is the jackass vector. So as of tonight, I am the temporary vector. I will take that position. I need a fucking job. I will be the vector controller, and fuck you. Thank you.
He lives in Downey, he could apply, right? Oh, no, we might not open it. So keep her to call, man. You have his number?
I don't. I know where he lives.
Somebody text him.
Oh, he was here when Vector.
Just a couple of things quickly.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of bloodsuckers looking the government to pay for their bills and stuff, but mosquitoes are bloodsuckers. We do have a problem with mosquitoes, no doubt. Only thing I would like to suggest is that the individual that is considered be a resident of Downey and a citizen of this country. Thank you.
So real quick, I actually want to suggest the city council to open it up to the public. Not only is the individual responsible for this former position not available, but when the city clerk, as from her own words, reached out to the individual, he did not respond. And that should be extremely telling. I personally have done a lot of research on this. I do know that Florida and other states in the United States have modified male mosquitoes to genetically alter them, to have them pass down a gene so that when they mate, they cannot replicate. They cannot produce offsprings. That's one method. I also know that farming, there's technologies provided to farmers to control pests. And part of the AI for these type of mechanisms involves detecting certain types of species of insects. So as funny as this sounds, there's this device that detects what type of insect is in the area. And if it's a hostile insect towards a particular area, it will fire a little laser and destroy the parasite or destroy the bug. And that would be cool to see here in Downey, to have hotspots that are filled with mosquitoes or potential areas that are dangerous, that we can provide some of these type of technology and to provide some of these, to provide some of the funding also to make sure that we have a scientist or even just regular individuals figure out how we can end the mosquito dilemma here in Downey, which is extremely bad. As I saw a few city council meetings ago, the mosquito problem is growing. It doesn't end after the summer. It actually continues on throughout the entire year. And some of the diseases that we're starting to see, the West Nile virus here and others, they're becoming more prevalent in the LA area. So By the way, if you open this up, I know many of you probably wouldn't like this, but I would probably be searching to, be a part of this. And it doesn't have to come down to me, but as long as it's available, Trujillo's already in disapproval, fair enough. But as long as it's available to the public and to someone who actually cares about the community, that's what we need in Downey. And mosquitoes do kill people. It's one of the most dangerous species that kill more humans than any other organism on Earth. So there you go. Let's deal with this as a community. Thank you.
Maybe that'll keep them busy. Think about it. We give them mosquitoes.
They're definitely not going to open it now.
Mike Greenspan, and I enjoyed the Veterans Day celebration, and so did Mr. Herman. Too bad Mr. Ashton and Trujillo weren't there playing hooky. All right. Now, about this vector control. I mean, we're a desert, and we don't have much water, but yes, we do have lots of standing water, our swimming pools, and all our nice ponds and everything else. Wonderful breeding grounds to bring more mosquitoes. When I was a kid, I remember seeing a documentary movie at our school telling us about the Anopheles mosquito. And it would come approach you, and you would think you're slapping it on your neck, and you don't get it. But unlike a regular bite that just comes out as a bump, the Anopheles mosquito paralyzed people. And you can't tell them apart. So, we talk about now the West Nile, but I'm sure there's got to be some of those Anopheles type mosquitoes that actually paralyze people. And so vector control is very important. It would be nice if the appointee who's being considered for a reappointment was here tonight, or made a phone call, or sent an email, or a letter in snail mail, something to let it be known that he's interested in retaining the position, has the time and the interest to do it. Otherwise, hey, open it up to Mr. Herman, open it up to Joey. After all, and there'll be many others too, that give him that next month to respond. And if not, you open the process up wide open to anybody who wants. I noticed one of the things that they would no longer be on the board if they cease being a voter. I wish that was for your state senator, Bob Archuleta, who ran in Supervisor 5 district. I live closer to Supervisor 5 district than everyone in Downey. Yeah, I live in North Hollywood. It's over there in Burbank. I used to see Archuleta's signs there. So maybe that rule that you have for your vector should also be for people like Archuleta not being a senator anymore because he voted in a different district in which the one he represents. So let's not be hypocritical on the vector thing and look the other way on some big fat fuck named Bob Archuleta being a state senator and not living in a district in which he ran for supervisor. He lives in Han's district, Cunt Han, and he does not live in the district that was vacated by Michael Antonovich and now has Mommy Barger there. Just wanted to bring up that point about residency and voting.
Okay, so vector control. I'm really reminded of something that I keep seeing actually around Downey. It was mentioned by Mr. Martinez. We really seem to have a big mosquito problem here. And I would argue that it's actually strongest in certain apartment complexes because they're neglected. So you have these pool areas, for example, that you can see, a little puddle, a charco, because, the pavement is uneven, and you can see all the mosquitoes. So that's a really big problem, as you heard and as you yourselves discussed, because this can create health problems, especially as the mosquito population grows because of climate change. I mean, we all know, I hope you know, that a big part of the reason why there's upheaval in the mosquito and insect community is because of the climate change. The disruptions to the ecosystem. So you got to be aware of those need to control the mosquitoes in the apartment complexes. That's really why you need a special board to deal with that. That's like a larger maintenance issue. So it's not just about appointing someone who can go see some talk somewhere or vote on this and that ceremonial thing. This is a real problem. Just like, if you listen to the right scientists, COVID was destined to become a problem. We knew it was coming because of climate change and everything that was happening and the mosquito and bat populations being affected. So if you truly care about the city of Downey and the larger community here, LA County, Vector Control District, it's time to think broadly. And again, you got to go back to the basics. You got to make sure that people who own these large apartment complexes are actually contributing in a positive way to the health of the community rather than having these large charcos that could create a mosquito infestation. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, Councilmember Trujillo, you made a motion.
Madam Mayor, if I
yes,
may,
go
really
ahead.
quick, I apologize. I know Robert wasn't here tonight, and I'm not personal friends with Robert, but I know that, to the best of my knowledge, he's been representing us. Do we have any reports from Vector Control about his lack of attending meetings?
Not at all, no.
And I know that he was here, I want to say it was the first
recently,
meeting
yes.
in October when we had the vector control thing, and he was actually here he didn't make the presentation, but he was here for that and letting us know that was happening. So as far as him not being here tonight, I can't speak for him. I mean, this is kind of an off-cycle meeting since normally we meet on the second and fourth Tuesdays, not the third Tuesday. So, again, I'm willing personally to give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, people go on vacations, so, so it is what it is. But I know, Councilmember Trillo, you made a motion and you seconded it.
Yes, so the motion is to reappoint Robert Kiefer to continue to serve as the city's representative for a 2-year term pending his response, right? That is the motion. Unless he declines, then we'll open it up. Is that correct? So you got the first, you got the second, let's vote.
Motion is approved unanimously.
15.
It's soccer. We get 3 points for every yes vote.
Okay, moving on to item number 8 on the administrative reports. This is a discussion and introduction of an ordinance amending the city council meeting rules. And we asked our Madam City Attorney to, number 1, introduce an ordinance of the city, that we have 2 possibilities here. Introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Downey, amending the Downey Municipal Code, Article 2, Chapter 1, Section 2105, regulating the rules of conduct for city council meetings, or direct the city attorney to make further revisions to the city council meeting rules of conduct. City Manager Levis, who is giving the report for item number 8?
Madam City Attorney will go ahead and give you a report on that.
Go ahead, Madam City
Thank you,
Attorney.
Mayor and Council, City Manager. This is an item that I brought back from after the council gave me direction in August. And if you recall, in August, we had an agenda item that talked about how the council could expand public participation during this time of pandemic and during a time of local emergency.
You need to please not be disruptive. I know we keep going back and forth, and we're really trying to conduct a meeting.
So in that meeting, we talked about making Zoom available to members of the public so that they don't have to come here. They can just Zoom in and listen to the meeting. And we talked about accepting public comment via written form, and that the mayor would have the discretion to read those into the record. So you implemented those changes immediately, but I was also directed to bring back an ordinance that would include those changes in the meeting rules in your ordinance. So before you, the proposed ordinance contains those changes. It allows for public members to access city council meetings via YouTube or Zoom or any other new technology that might come up in the future that the city council may use. The other change there was that public comment could be made via in writing, so it could be an email or a letter. So those were incorporated into this ordinance that's before you tonight. There's also a proposal from the mayor to have a discussion with the council about combining the public comment period for items on the agenda into one comment period. As you know, now we have comment period for consent, and then we have comment period for each admin report. This proposal, which is described in the staff report for your discussion, is to combine the public comment period for consent and for admin reports into one comment period that would happen before you took action on consent calendar items and admin reports. So the recommended action is either just accept the ordinance as proposed, or if you wanted to make further changes to that meeting rule ordinance, to give me some direction, and I'll bring back a new ordinance that would incorporate any additional changes you wish to make. Otherwise, if you don't want to make any more changes, you could introduce the ordinance that's before you tonight.
So, could we approve number 1 now and still have the discussion on number 2?
Sure. If you want to introduce the ordinance that I proposed tonight, you can do that and then give me direction for a future ordinance change, or to just talk about it. It's up to you. I just wanted to give you some flexibility to, if you wanted to make more changes to the ordinance, I'd come back with another ordinance that had the additional changes. Otherwise, you can just take action on just those items.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Comments?
Yeah, so I understand that the county limits the public to give public comment on 3 items max. So if I understand this correctly, would we be limiting the public to give comment on 2 items max?
They'd have 3 minutes. I think the proposal would be 3 minutes for any comment that's on an on-agenda item. So any item on the agenda, either in consent or admin report, anybody could comment on any of those items for 3 minutes.
But your question,
there's no
Councilmember
limit.
Trujillo, is the opportunities for the public to come forth and speak. You said the county gives them 3 opportunities. And with us, we have, when we have public hearing, and then consent and admin report, and then public comment.
Got it.
And so it's consolidating consent and admin report.
Okay,
I have a question.
thank you.
So I see that in the administrative report, says administration and city attorney was the one who brought up the discussion, introduction of the ordinance. But I see here that it was requested by our mayor, right? Am I correct? That would be for the additional. Oh, for the additional or for the first one?
No, that was
For the additional.
For the additional,
one.
okay. So we're trying to limit for the whole entire meeting, 3 minutes in total?
No.
No?
Well, what if we wanted to do that? Because I'll be honest with some of these people here, I want to limit them to one time.
Well,
Because I would like to get home to my kids instead of listening to them with their foul language. And let me make this clear to the residents of Downey. If you ever want to get a hold of me, you could email our secretary, Monica. Make an appointment if you want to chew me out. If you have a disagreement, make an appointment. I'll probably see you, just so you don't come in here and make a spectacle out of it. But it's become a circus. But I'm trying to find a way, as the lady in the back correctly pointed out, how do I balance the rights of the residents who should be able to come and be heard? And by the way, the First Amendment gives you a right to freedom of speech, but it doesn't demand that I have to listen to you. But I find myself here stuck, right? Because if I get up now, oh, he's being disrespectful, but this is just ridiculous. You know, there's 4 or 5 people that come up to take up all our time. So yes, I want to limit them to one time. And if you have more you need to tell me, email me, make an appointment, or call. But unless I see other residents really coming who have concerns, I want to limit them to one time, give them 5 minutes. I've heard them, and let's move on with the agenda. So unless somebody's telling me that that's against the law or freedom of speech, I want to do one time, 5 minutes.
Councilmember Trujillo, there are 14 cities in this area that do exactly that. They have
Amen.
one agenda, one public comment period for agenda items and non-agenda items. It happens in the beginning, and that's it. The only exceptions for public hearings. That public hearing, those are different. Those have to have comment periods separate.
Yep.
But other than that, one public comment period for agenda items, non-agenda items at the very beginning, and the rest is the council just going through the agenda items with no further public comment. 14 cities do that.
Just to be clear, sorry. Just to be clear, it would be one public comment period for consent calendar, administrative reports, and non-agenda? And then it would just be separate ones for public hearings.
That's what I understand.
I as much as I agree with Councilmember Trujillo, and as much as, look, it is 10 o'clock. We've been here since 4:30 for our closed session. There are business. We're elected to do the business of the people. But a handful of individuals make a spectacle out of our city council proceedings. And this is ridiculous. But at the same time, I really find myself struggling with completely just limiting to one time. I think that because of a handful of bad elements, we're going to limit the rest of our constituents. I really struggle with that. It's 9:45 and we still haven't gotten through all of the administrative reports. And this is important business. And we want to get to our families. All of us have full-time jobs that we need to get to. And so I agree with you that there are times that I just want to listen to that one individual one time. I don't need to listen to all of these vulgarities over and over and over. But I think we need to be very mindful in combining some of them, but not entirely eliminating, because then that is also eliminating all of our constituents' ability to come in and speak to us.
But Madam Mayor, I am sure that you would give access to anybody that asks it of you, as would Councilmember Ashton, Pacheco, and Alvarez. I don't feel that we're limiting the access of the residents to get to us about true legitimate concerns. We've become the laughingstock of the Southeast because of these individuals and our inability to control them because of the freedom of speech. I support the freedom of speech, but these individuals are making a mockery of the system. Until I see something otherwise, I'm prepared to make a motion. So you let me know, and if it doesn't pass, that's fine. But I think We need to do something about what's going on. We're just not moving the agenda fast enough. But please, the residents know that if you need to get a hold of me, the mayor, or anyone, you have a way to do that. We should advertise our email addresses more.
Oh, absolutely.
Our phone number. Let's do a campaign to let the residents know. If you have any concerns, please reach out to us. And if there's somebody that would come and we sense in those 5 minutes they really weren't heard. And by the way, Councilmember Alvarez, I have to disagree with you on something. It's not that you weren't being heard. It's just the people didn't agree with you. And the tenants union didn't like it and went and protested at people's homes, which I personally think should not be done. And look, you're talking to somebody who's been arrested twice for civil disobedience. There's a time and a place when we can be heard. That's not in front of people's homes with their families' homes. So with all disagreement, with all due respect, and you know I've disagreed with you on this, and I've told you my position on this. Maybe it's my age and I'm getting older and more conservative in time, but I want the residents to know you're going to be heard. But until I see some change in here, it angers me that I have to put up with this. When I'm doing this volunteer position, it just doesn't make sense. So yes, I feel the frustration, Madam Mayor, but I think it's time that we do something. And mind you, for future councils, it can change. You could come back and change this if we sense that we are truly stopping our residents from coming and expressing their concerns, then we can go ahead and change the ordinance then. But
well, and I think you mentioned a very good point, and I think that those of us that were elected to these chairs, when the issue of the tenants union continues to be brought up constantly by our council colleague. None of us that were in these chairs in 2018 or 2019, none of us received an email or a phone call from this group wanting to meet with us. And I think it's the matter in the manner that we are approached. When we are vilified and we are condemned, there are certain things that city governments can and cannot do. And I think that, yes, you have every right to go out and utilize your freedom of speech. But at the same time, you have to give us the consideration to contact us. And you said it very, very well. We all make ourselves available. In fact, many people, my phone blows up on social media for people tagging me on different things. So I am responsive on social media, but I always direct people to my email and to phone. And Monica is here that can always direct concerns and issues to the right city staff, and we may not get to it as fast as we want to because we have full-time jobs that keeps us occupied. But to your point, another issue that I wanted to bring up is some of the folks that come here make it a spectacle. They bring their devices, and also this is a circus for everybody to see. If we move this podium back so that they're not in the video camera and they're not, consider themselves in a show, that also may be a deterrent for that.
So I just want to make a correction on what the comment that you brought up, Mayor Fermetta. When Downey Tenants Union, it was requesting for a moratorium, that was in 2019, actually, and during these days. The Downey Tenants Union tried to connect with the city council, and only one of them responded to that email, and only one of them, it was present on the protest and also in a meeting, and that was Sean Ashton. The other 4 council members didn't show up, didn't respond. There were a lot of tenants were calling. So this is where my question is: how many people does have to come to city council and request for something to be approved? Do we have half of this? Do we need half of the city and the city council No, I don't think so. There were about 100 families in that time over here requesting for a moratorium, and they were not heard. So how many times do they have to come in here to the city council to request for actually something to be approved to help the community? Because I'm going to say we because I was part of it, we approach the city council multiple times in a city council meeting as a public comment until Sean Ashton brought it up into the agenda and nothing was done. So my question in here is, how many people does need to request to be helped in a city council?
Point of clarification.
you
No, I
only
think we need to move forward, but I think the point of clarification is, we did not get an invitation for the protest or for the demonstration that was held. And when people come out and protest outside my home, I don't usually meet with them. There's a place and a time for that. But moving forward, I would like to make a motion to, we need to do public comment, and we will have our usual suspects. Go ahead, Mr. Herman.
Treason. This is what you call treason. When vague and ambiguous political conspiracy to deny you, deprive you the right to exercise your judgment in any agendaized meeting. Trujillo, bald fuck over there, he don't give a fuck. All he's worried about is his children. No one gives a fuck about your children. We're here to talk about business of the people. And the business of the people is to make sure that Blanca Pacheco and her boss from El Monte, a related relationship with Roybal Allard, stop fucking corrupting our system through these so-called city attorney services. And so if we don't do this, the transparency of your ambiguous, vague 42 U.S.C. 1983, fuck your unconstitutional beliefs, is what I'm talking about. You don't care about the 14th Amendment. When Mommy Fermetta was out there talking about veterans, she really don't give a fuck about the First Amendment. All she cares about was her and her 3 little cubs standing there, photo ops like the rest of you. All you guys do is just photo ops. And those photo ops are a purpose to disguise corruption, embezzlement, receipt fraud, wire fraud, and abuse by
You're off topic.
by the introduction of this ordinance of the City of Downey amending Municipal Code Article 2. 1, 2. So now that I'm clear and it's apparent that the bitch keeps telling me to stay on topic, I'm trying to regulate the rules of conduct because the city council here apparently has its own hidden agenda. And that's to keep everything behind closed doors and continue like other 14 cities that the bitch Pacheco talked about, 14 other cities that are engaged in this type of political warfare against all of you, the public. Where are the fucking homeowners of Downey? Where are the fucking people that believe in constitutional betterment? Where are the bastards? We are the bastards. The bastards that believe that First Amendment, 14th Amendment, 5th Amendment, and 2nd Amendment to protect yourself, one and only, is to tell Roybal Allard you're a cunt. Now, there's nothing offensive about what I just said. What I'm saying again, you should direct your attention to the real beliefs. It's our First Amendment. Do not deprive us of this issue, because if so, we will challenge you the day you slip under the Constitution and our Bill of Rights.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mommy. Take care of the cubbies.
Quickly. We could save time if we not allow some people to have 6 minutes cut it down to 3, just like everybody else. Unless, if we can have a revision of some kind, we could probably go for 2 comment sessions if you give us 5 or 6 minutes each session. Give and take a little bit there. If we can't eliminate the 6-minute rule, I am requesting that I get 6 minutes and have the translator available to translate what I'm saying to the non-English speakers, that they understand exactly what I'm saying. That's all I'd ask for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
For Pacheco, Fromenta, one of you mentioned that you didn't get emails. You weren't aware of these protests. Is that accurate? Well, I don't know how you didn't notice, but you had the media here. The media was present. There was standing room only at 2 meetings here. In the back, parking lot was full. So I don't think it would have required an email or a text to reach you. We were already present here asking for a simple 45-day moratorium. 45 days, and then booyah, we get a COVID. Wow, you know? The protests that happened, with everybody in this house, let me tell you, we even went above city council. We went after Cristina Garcia and tried to make an appointment with her. So we didn't just address city council. We also contacted our assemblywoman. She was too busy trying to privatize our water or something because she didn't get back to us. But just for the record, it doesn't take, there was a circus here. The media was here. They knew about it. I'm sure you must have knew about it. I'll just end it there.
I just want to start off by saying when the Downey Tenants Union reached out to you, you guys did not respond. When the Happy City Coalition reached out about a freeway expansion, you guys did not respond. You don't want to get protested? You don't want to get protested when you have someone calling our children fat like the assistant city manager or assaulting their colleagues? You don't want to get protested when we have someone who had to retire because he offered a 7-sweetheart plea deal to a murderer? You don't want to get protested, Trujillo? You don't want to get protested from ETA when you're voting against LGBTQ community rights and participation, but yet you show up to our event to exploit the people? You don't want to get protested for that? You don't want to get protested when we have Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco sending letters of support for the privatization of water, of our Downey water, of our Downey children, and you guys don't want to get called out? What you guys want is impunity. Impunity to get away with whatever the hell you want to get away with. That's the kind of trash you all are. You want to be able to take away our resources, our freedom of speech, continue to cut our time, continue to put these 300-foot bans. What else? What else do you want to get away with and not get called out for? Come on. He's already suggesting, well, I'm sure that the mayor can approve it. So now we got to ask the mayor for her approval. And if she don't feel like it, then we're all screwed, right? How did that work out when she supported you when you wanted an event for the LGBTQ community? Did she support you? They're not always going to be on your side. And we have to have a source to communicate our grievances with the incompetence of these idiots up here who pretend that they're willing to listen but won't listen unless it's their best friend. They're attacking your water and your children, and you're applauding them as they're doing it. Why? Because you're more concerned about one idiot, one person calling people names. And you're willing to let the entire community suffer for that. Everyone's gonna lose their ability to speak up here. Everyone's gonna lose their freedom of speech, their rights. I'm sick and tired of this. I can't wait to hold you all legally accountable, and that day will come. That day will come. And you are not a friend to the community when you're doing things like this. You can pretend all you want, but you're looking out for yourselves. Don't use the community as a buffer. Don't hide behind people. Don't lie. Own it. Own your shit.
Okay. Mike Greenspan, and first of all, I want to say Happy Hanukkah, you scab rabbis. Now, we have this attitude, and I see, after all, where did it come from? Well, somebody has been visiting that, what was that? The Wetback Convention in El Monte. Cunt Blanca.
Topic.
I think,
Stay on topic, please.
well, El Monte just came up with a restrict the speech thing, and on the same night as Cunt Blanca went there to see Olivares. Olivares, which is the droppings of Roybal Allard, her brat. And now I called Sean Ashton when he became president of the Association of Independent Cities, and I left a message wanting to get a call back. I didn't get a call back. It was about a guy named John Lee on the board of directors with his sexual harassment thing. I called the council member about the issue, never received a call back. Now, that's
Stay on
what I'm
topic, or
trying
you're gonna
to
lose your
let
time.
you know. So you can have all your phony shit and be the biggest cunt in the world and say, oh, well, we'll return your call or we'll email. Well, some of us folks, email, we're on EBT. We don't have white Mercedes coupes or red Lexuses like a couple of the leading cunts in Downey. So as far as that, we have the right to have your opinion. Well, that's not good enough. Opinions are like assholes. We all have our own. And Trujillo takes a dick up his asshole. That's his issue. Now,
Mr.
you
Greenspan, you're off
want
topic.
to stifle our speech. That's what the topic is. We have the right to have your opinion. Nobody held a gun to Trujillo's head, our professional criminal coddler with homie Gascon, to run for the council. Nobody held a gun to his head to be on the council. He filed the
Stay
papers.
on topic.
He ran for the council.
Stay on topic,
Okay,
Mr.
you know what?
Greenspan.
City
We're done.
Clerk, City Clerk, we're done with this gentleman. He's not staying on topic.
I'm staying
Nope,
on topic.
Nope, you're done. You're done.
Take a seat. And that's exactly the attitude. This is a show.
Yeah.
It's a show.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Barragan.
Okay, so as in hearing all of you talk, I was thinking back to a former council member Saab's point about these, and people can go back to that. I think it was a really interesting conversation because, right, you have an attorney who's also a city council member who was protested at his home, and you got other council members trying to ban that. And he said that he was essentially really worried about doing that. He said that no one should have to do that, it shouldn't be up to him. And he kind of also talked about the fact that he voted against restricting the time from 5 minutes for non-agenda public comment to 3 minutes. So it used to be 5 minutes. And he pointed out the hypocrisy of his fellow council members who keep always saying that, well, Downey's always leading the way. And so, the way that, we do things here, it's just somehow better. But yet for this, you look around to the infinitely worse off cities of the area, and you claim, and now you're not listening because you don't want to hear this, but you claim that that's what you should follow. Oh, the other people are doing it. Everyone's jumping off a cliff. We should too. That's your logic in this. So it's troubling, to say the least. It's too bad that he's not on the council anymore, at least, for this. There were many other points at which I disagreed with him, but, that was quite something when he did defend the right of the public to protest and to talk up here as much as they could, because as others have been pointing out, you guys don't really care. Look at the mayor and the attorney. They're just chit-chatting. They're ignoring. Exactly. So this shows that, no, we need more public expression because...
No, we're not chatting. We're not chatting. I'm asking the city attorney for guidance on some issue.
Well,
don't assume.
You cannot pay attention equally to two conversations. That's just not possible.
I'm not paying attention to you, Mr. Barragan.
Well, there we go. So that's why people are upset. That's why people are upset.
What you say, Mr. Barragan, his time is frozen.
So people are very upset because you don't listen to the people, and now you want to even listen to them less. And I agree with you, Mayor Frometa. It doesn't make any sense to keep limiting. In fact, Mr. Saab said this. Let's do the math. It's just a few more minutes. Like if we listen to all the individuals that come up here and that keep talking, it's only a few more minutes. So translation. We should be able to cover that. We signed up for this. Let's listen to them. I don't want to disenfranchise the rights of others who maybe are saying things that make more sense to me. So that's what he defended, and I hope that that's what you should defend, because that was the right position.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Interpreter, we have somebody that is going to need interpreting. Mr. Rodríguez, por favor, hable en pedazos. Si no, no se le puede traducir. Mr. Interpreter, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank
Señor
you.
Rodríguez, recuerde por favor de hacer una pausa para poder permitir interpretarle. Gracias.
Ok, buenas noches. Para mí no son buenas noches, para ustedes sí. Go, man.
Okay, good evening. It is not a good night for me. It is for you.
Council member Manito para arriba, Trujillo. Tú sí puedes faltarle respeto a la gente aquí, pero que no te lo falten a ti.
Please,
no.
Your comments to me.
Tú te callas, Frometa.
No,
cállate. No.
Your
Es mi
comments
tiempo.
to me.
Es my time, ¿ok?
Not with that attitude, sir.
No.
No,
que me
señor.
vas a callar.
No,
Me van a oír.
Please.
Oh, fuck you,
Madam
man.
City Attorney.
Oye, no me falte respeto, cabrón.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No, it's the respect for me. It's my time. It's my time, ¿ok?
Actúa como la abogada de la ciudad. ¿Qué estás haciendo ahí sentada mientras se interrumpen al señor?
That is not the way you discuss or you talk to a mayor or a city council member. You have every right to speak. And please, Madam City Attorney.
Sir,
That gentleman's causing a disturbance. He should be kicked out. Don't let Adidas and this one too. And Joe, kick them all out.
I think we should take a recess.
Yes.
We're going to go ahead and take a 2-minute
And if this
recess.
continues, we will clear the room.
Madam Mayor, do you want this portion interpreted so far?
No, we are going to take a recess. Thank you. If this behavior continues, we're going to have to clear the room. I'm warning all of you.
Okay, we understand that, but you also need to pay attention. You need to act like the mayor.
We're going to go ahead and resume. Again, if we have disrespect and lack of civility, we're going to have to clear the chambers. And we're going to have to finish our business ourselves. So I suggest we continue with civility.
Quiero que empiece
Go
los
ahead.
minutos, desde los 6 minutos, por favor, como me
I
cortaron.
paused the time, Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Usted llama respeto, Frometa, llevo 2 semanas haciendo appointment contigo y no me lo das. ¿Por qué?
Señor Rodriguez, I directed staff to meet with you and to do, and again, this is your time, so it's frozen. But to answer you, I directed staff to meet with you, to tour your apartment complex and address the issues that you needed. I received your communication and I directed staff. Aldo, if I'm not mistaken, his team met with you, and that matter is going forward. So I have been responsive to you.
Ya, entonces, pero es que yo quiero conversarme, hablar contigo. Tú no eres aquí la alcaldesa. ¿Por qué no me das la palabra?
But I want to speak with you. Are you not the mayor here? Why will you not allow me to speak to you?
Igual, yo pedí desde el 4 de agosto, pedí tus teléfonos, tus emails, todo, tus llamadas, la de Pacheco y la de acá, manito para arriba. Nada. Ustedes solo me mandaron una carta diciendo que era personal. ¿Y por qué otras personas se lo quitan a la Álvarez?
Also, since August 4th, I have asked for your phone, your email, all that, for Pacheco's too. And this one here with the tilted up hand, I've asked, and all I got was a letter saying that all of that is personal. Why is that? When it is for Alvarez, they get it.
Mr. Rodriguez, you're not on topic. Please stay on topic. This period is to talk about the ordinance that we have been discussing. This is what this public comment period is.
El tiempo está limitado para que se trate solamente sobre esta ordenanza y usted está fuera del tema.
No estoy fuera del tema. Estoy hablando ustedes mismos la libertad de expresión de esta ciudad. ¿Ok? Sí, abogada, a usted le regalaron el título, porque si usted fuera la primera que le dijera, hey, respeten las personas que murieron peleando por esta nación. Lee, esa persona que está Lee ahí.
The speaker's not on topic. This is about the
esa persona que
ordinance
está
and the
ahí
meeting rules
vio
changing.
cómo murieron sus compañeros por la constitución de este país.
Señor Rodríguez, no está en el tema. You're off topic. No, you're going to have to stay on topic, or this is the last warning.
No. Go, man.
That I am not off topic, and the attorney, it's like you were given your law degree free. You're not standing up for those people and not giving respect to those who died for the nation, like Lee, who had his colleague die. Se le está recordando, señor Rodríguez, que esta es la última advertencia. Le ha dicho la señora alcaldesa, se sale del tema y es la última advertencia.
Entonces ustedes quieren en 3 minutos que se hable de todo. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
So then you all want that in 3 minutes everything be discussed. Why? Why?
Entonces, ¿dónde está, como ustedes dicen, ustedes son los 5? Son los 5 concejales votados por esta ciudad.
Please, we need to stop this. He's not on topic. This is not public comment period. The public comment period is at the end of the agenda tonight. This period is, you're off topic. Madam City Attorney?
He's off topic. Mr. Martinez, please be quiet. This is not your time to speak. Mr. Rodriguez, you must be on topic.
Estoy hablando
This is
de la
about
agenda.
the public comment
Estoy hablando
changes.
del comentario.
Por favor.
Sí, por favor.
Okay.
¿Tú sabes qué? Con ustedes no es...
You know, it's not worth talking to you.
Oye, dile rata.
Ratas. Go ahead. Thank you. I think it's very concerning that you guys want to amend public comment. As it is, you individuals signed up to be here. Maybe your stipend isn't sufficient to be here, but that's what you signed up for. And now you guys are saying, oh, we must limit the public comment, blah, blah, blah. Well, everybody has lives here. We work full-time jobs too. Do you think it's pleasurable for us to be here? From I know your religious views, your political ideology, and I think it's unfair that you don't separate your religion from your politics. You were seen at several events without a mask.
Topic.
You're not on topic, mister. Please stay on topic. You will have an opportunity to address those during the public comment period.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll address those, but I think it's totally unfair that when we came back from the COVID, individuals are not able to send emails and they can't call in. And so I just think that this is total fascism. Some of you and some of your colleagues that were here escaped fascism and communism in Cuba. And now you're bringing those same behaviors, those same tactics of intimidation. As you know, Mayor Fermetta, you and your husband assaulted Armando Herman, and that's caught on video.
You're not on topic. Okay, you're done. You're not on topic.
No.
You're not on topic. Thank you. Please,
That
City
backs
Clerk.
my argument. That backs my argument.
Please sit down.
Because
You're off topic. Thank you. Nope, you're done.
Please take a seat.
Take a seat. Nope. It's misrepresentation.
Fake news.
Sir,
Hello.
stop.
So it's sad that this has to be on the agenda tonight. I don't always agree with Councilmember Mario Trujillo, but tonight I do agree with him and what he wants to do. It's sad that, I've seen on Facebook that people are saying about the council meetings, what's going to happen on the Jerry Springer show tonight. It's sad that the council meetings come to that, where it's a joke, where you have people, most of the people that come up and make comments on every single item don't even live in the city, aren't even from, you have people who come from North Hollywood to come and make a joke here at our city council meeting. So it's sad for the residents here that live in the city of Downey that really do have concerns, but don't come because you have people like people that are here tonight that just cause all kinds of drama and have foul language. I brought my niece here when I got an award, and it was so embarrassing to have my little nieces and nephews here listening to the foul language here at the city council chambers. My niece wants to be a mayor one day.
Please stay on topic.
Okay. So it's just sad that this is coming to this, but I agree with changing the time for this public speakers because it's just a joke, and it's sad that the city of Downey has come to this. We're looking like other cities surrounding our area here, and it's just sad. So I agree with Councilmember Mario Trujillo in changing the time. I know, Madam Fermetta, you love hearing and giving the public their time, but it's sad that we've come to this. So I agree with changing the time for public speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, I will make a motion to close comment on this item.
Second.
Thank you. I would like to ask our city attorney to make further revisions to the city council meeting rules of conduct and add.
What about your conduct?
Sir, stop. You're being disruptive.
I'm sorry. It's just like
I would like to combine the public comment period to one comment period for 4 minutes. And we will revisit this item at a later time. As it is, we have 14 other cities in Southern California that have this same procedures, and we continue to be diligent and open to our community members in many ways. We will not allow these few individuals to continue to cause harm to our city by creating this spectacle and not allowing us to conduct business in the way that we need to.
So the direction is, or at least the motion would be then, one public comment period for 4 minutes for non-agenda and on-agenda items, except for public hearings.
Correct.
And I'll bring that ordinance back at your next meeting.
Can another option be for us to keep the 3 minutes, but to have agenda items and administrative reports, and then also have 3 minutes for non-agenda items, and of course, and for public hearings? And that way, if people wanted to speak on matters on the agenda, they would have one opportunity and another opportunity to speak on items not on the agenda.
Sir, you are being disruptive. This is not your time to speak anymore. One more time, the mayor can ask you to leave.
So there's two competing measures on the table. One of them was made by, and I think the mayor is echoing what Councilmember Trujillo said, is one public comment period, and you indicated for 4 minutes. Councilmember Pacheco is indicating that you would have public comment for all agenda items on that would be the administrative reports and consent into one, but still have our non-agenda public comment period. So those are the two issues. So I would suggest that you address the first one first and see if that's where you want to go, and then if that fails, then we go to the next one.
I'm just concerned people will abuse the 4 minutes, and then all of a sudden Spanish speakers will be 8 minutes, just trying to. That's why I was thinking 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And then but my concern is also, I don't want for like members of the residents to feel like, they only have one small window to speak at least if they have two opportunities. If they wanted to speak on non-agenda, they can. But I'll leave it up to the will of the council as well.
Now, I will say this, having been here for 13 years, most residents that have come here, and even when we had the 5 minutes, didn't even use 5 minutes, that were here to legitimately discuss city business. That was, in many cases, more than enough. So that has not been an issue in the past. And as you've all indicated, you've all had the opportunity to meet with folks. So I understand that, and that will be, I'm just giving you a perspective from the time that I've been here, that it has not been an issue.
Okay.
So if I would suggest that the council, take the first item. Do you want to have one public comment period for all items for 4 minutes?
I make a motion for one public comment period.
I second that.
Okay, please vote.
Okay.
Okay.
The motion is approved with Councilmember Alvarez voting no.
So,
I will bring the ordinance, I'll bring a new ordinance back at your next meeting.
Can we take a look at item 1, 2, and just vote that through? Because I think we've already handled all of that. That was kind of the issue with allowing the reading of the emails and whatever that, and allowing people, because I think we've hashed that out, and I mean, we can approve that now, and that can just be done.
Yes,
So
I
I'd like
agree.
to make the motion to approve
That would be to introduce.
part 1 of this item as well.
I'll second that one.
Introduce the proposed
I just
ordinance.
want to have a last comment. I voted no because I believe in the First Amendment, but there's no way I can be here all night in pain. I get it. Everyone needs to talk. Everyone needs to have an idea. Everyone needs to say something. But there's a time to say what everyone needs to say. And it's to have a point of view, a topic. I just want everyone to understand. And I don't care what you say, Joy, but you need to respect what this council is saying and is doing. No matter how, this is your council. It was elected. And I'm just telling you right now, I said no because I believe in the First Amendment. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Ashton, you made a motion for item number 2.
Number 1.
Excuse me, item number 1. And
I second.
second, okay, please vote.
So read emails and people participate?
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. We have a couple more items on the agenda tonight. Next item is now item number 9, discuss the request by the Arts and Culture Subcommittee regarding displaying the Dia de los Muertos art exhibit titled Ofrendas at Downey City Hall for the period of November 19th through December 10th and provide direction to staff. City Manager Rivas, who's giving the report tonight?
Madam Mayor, that presentation will be given by Mr. Osqui.
Thank you very much, City Manager Rivas, members of the City Council, Madam Mayor. The request that is before you is to utilize the panels that we have set outside of the city chambers that we have used in the past, probably a month and a half, to display the Hispanic Heritage Month celebration art pieces, to utilize those same panels to display the artwork that was kindly curated by the Downey Arts Coalition about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago in front of the theater, and to use the same art pieces and mount it, install it, and deinstall it prior to the 14th council meeting, because we have to clear the area to make room for the transition of the city council and the celebration that is going to ensue. The Arts Coalition, the Downey Arts Coalition has made a proposal that is in front of you. It's the cost breakdown is also included in the communication that they provided. So we are asking the City Council to provide direction to staff.
Thank you. Mr. Osqui, what is the fiscal impact here? Is it the $4,060?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One of the things that we want to also discuss is for future. I think we've indicated at the beginning of our council session how important arts and culture is to our city. And certainly, I can't speak for Councilmember Trujillo Alvarez, but I know that they're involved in that subcommittee and that we want to continue to be supportive. I think since the inception of State Gallery, an area that we subsidize, we have spent $350,000 over the course of the years supporting State Gallery. And so I think that is important for us as a council to discuss what are the nexus that we are going to create between State Gallery and the Downey Arts Coalition and other groups so that that space is better utilized. I think it's important for us to certainly display some artwork here at City Hall. Other city government buildings in other cities do that, but we also have to have certain parameters in place. I know that the previous art exhibition did not go through this council body. It was bypassed, and I think it's important to note that with any work that is conducted in our subcommittees, those decisions come to this body, and that we discuss it and we vote collectively. But again, I'm very supportive of this, but I want to know how we plan in the future I know there's going to be a lot of different themes and perhaps seasons where we may want to showcase some artwork. Certainly the sculptures that Jorge Del Toro, has done are beautiful and certainly really nice pieces that we would be fortunate to display. But I think the question, and I would like my council colleagues to comment, is how can we, without putting additional funds into any additional displays, how we can provide a nexus with the State Gallery so that, we can maybe provide a taste here or a little snippet and then draw them to State Gallery, because we want to make sure that that space grows and it continues to drive traffic into our downtown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Forgive me for, I'm sure Councilmember Trujillo and perhaps Councilmember Alvarez are going to make some comments. What I neglected to mention was that this very item before you was discussed at the last Arts and Culture Subcommittee meeting, and it was at the direction of the members of that committee that we are bringing this item for your consideration. And in fact, one of the topic of discussion for the last couple of meetings has been a holistic approach to how we are going to essentially expand the arts and culture in the city of Downey. There have been many, many ideas that have been shared by the committee members, and there have been members of the community that have participated in those discussions. Mr. Hunter was a part of the discussion at the last time. Topics such as, perhaps looking at the master plan for arts and culture that is going to exactly achieve what you are hitting on, which is, I want to see a program. I want to see a blueprint for expanding art and culture in the community. How are we going to do that? How are we going to utilize our resources, such as the State Gallery? Councilmember Trujillo at the last meeting mentioned that to Gabe from State Gallery that we got to open the space for events. Many ideas that have been shared, and I'll be happy to share a copy of the meeting minutes with you, which describes, I will be happy to do that.
Well, because, I think, let me tell you, we love the Hispanic heritage display here. It was absolutely beautiful. And art is something that we want to continue to promote. As I visited, and we all did, the Dia de los Muertos event that we had here, the art displays by our Downey students, the second floor mezzanine, all of those pieces were absolutely fantastic. And as we move forward, I think it's also, City Hall closes at 5:30. And so the gates come down, the doors are locked, and this place is closed Saturdays and Sundays and holidays. And yet we have a gallery in downtown Downey that we want to continue to utilize and make sure that groups like the Downey Arts Coalition and others have access to, because it's been 10 years and we continue to invest $350,000 thus far in this State Gallery. And so we really need to look at how we can promote that, and yes, not just focus at City Hall. Maybe provide that little bit of taste of that art.
Can I, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
So let me try to sort of encapsulate what we're trying to do here. First of all, I think that for us, from a staff perspective, it's always beneficial to know sort of the parameters to which you want to have art displays in your lobby. So that would be helpful. Like what events during the year do you want to have that done? And I don't think any council member here is not supportive of the event that's on the agenda today. But when you look at, so if you did, every month you did something, and you added that up, it's close to $50,000. And so would that money be better spent collaborating with State Gallery, for example, to make sure, as you indicated, that you have some access? So what I suggest is that we kick back to the subcommittee, Alvarez and Trujillo, to then sort of come up with a schedule maybe for City Hall displays for the future. How many do we want to have, where we want to have them, and then bring that back to the council, and then be mindful of that cost and where you can have that cost maybe shifted to, for example, State Gallery, because we are investing that, and if you go there, it's closed a lot. So, why not have the ability for folks like the Downey Arts Coalition to at least, quote unquote, sublease that property for a while so that they can have some displays on there, which would drive activity there on a more consistent basis. And so that would allow us to have some events here at City Hall, but really what you want to do is make sure that people driving after they get off of work to be able to access the art in the city. So
Yes.
if I could suggest that we kick that back to you both to come up with what we do at City Hall, and then actually have something, a plan with the State Gallery folks.
Well, and not only that, then that drives traffic through our downtown, to our restaurants, and it really promotes what we've been wanting to, and have that State Gallery open more than what it has been.
So I wanted to make a comment on that. We, as a committee, my colleague, John, and State Gallery and the Committee of Art present, we spoke, and we're gonna come with a proposal for next year. So we said that in the meantime, we wanted to present the exhibition in here. And for next year, we'll come with a proposal where we can have at least 1 or 2 walls having some canvases or either other art, and then redirect to its State Gallery. But what I wanted to say is that with this, I wanted to work with them, combine and together, not separate, because we need to unitize these two organizations.
Yeah, look. So, as the committee, you guys can invite and discuss and collaborate with whoever you would like. So, as all committees, you guys will work it out and then sort of bring it back. But at least we don't have to have this big, long discussion here, and then you guys can do that and take your time to get back to us.
That's a great idea, and I also think again, being inclusive of all art. I think there's so much that the city can benefit, and certainly the sculptures we are looking forward to showcasing here. City Hall.
But I just want to mention, I do like the idea of having art here in our lobby.
Yes,
I
I
do like
agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we.
Public comment.
If I can, our goal here is to display art in the lobby. It's when we start spending, and I brought this up in the committee, I'm very careful about how we spend our residents' money. I think it's the ticket price, because we talked about monthly exhibits, right, to increase the opportunities. So I do think we should take it back to committee so we can figure out cost-wise how we can, first of all, I agree we should figure out how we can make better use of that space, the State Gallery, and I think the Downey Arts Coalition should have access to the State Gallery. That was what was intended, but I understand over time that didn't happen. But let's go back to committee and figure out how we can get the coalition access to that space so they can use it for this. I also want to look into grant funding. I know John was looking into it, and it'd be great if we can come up with the grants where the city is actively looking for the grant money for arts and culture to maybe pick up the cost. So I want the coalition to please understand we're still keeping our goal of what we're trying to do, but we need to go back and rework the money because now we're asking the city to make that financial investment. And I want the city residents to know that we've considered all avenues. So at this point, I'm okay with, and I understand why it should go back to committee. Thank you.
The question is that it's not gonna happen? It's gonna go back to the committee?
Unless three of us vote to spend $4,060 today.
I'll make the motion to spend $4,060.
Yes, no. I think we are, but you know what, before we vote, I think we are supportive of this one in particular. And I think the conversation we're having is about future. Yes. Because I think, yes, I think, yes, I think, yes. But before we get ahead of ourselves, I think we're supportive of what is before us. But before we take a vote, we need to open it up to public comment.
I did have one question, though, before we do public comment, just to make you wait, since you made us wait for so long all night. The time frame. So this is going to be from November 19th to December 10th, and to me it feels short. And then on top of that, we have the Thanksgiving holiday coming up, so there's going to be limited time to view it. And I know it's Dia de los Muertos. Is it? And I'm kind of leaning, maybe not for the Arts Coalition, because I don't know, I haven't seen the pieces, but is it really specific to Dia de los Muertos, or would it be okay if maybe we did this, like maybe in January for a touch longer time, so that way people can actually have an opportunity to see it more? Because my feeling with this is that it's going to be a limited time. There's not, a limited time, and there's not going to be a council meeting that anybody's going to be able to come in to actually view the work. So it's just going to be people coming in just during the regular business day. And then on top of that, we're going to be closed for, extended periods of time due to Thanksgiving. I mean, I want to do this. I'm just thinking maybe, would it be better to do in January and give you like a longer time to actually display this? Or is it really specific to Dia de los Muertos, and should we, because I'm kind of leaning to the Arts Coalition only because.
Asking
for a response from. Yeah, please.
Yes, please, Alistair. Yes.
Please, yes. And thank you for hanging out so long so we can hear this.
Thank you for having us. So I understand your concerns. So this specific proposal was in response to originally Catherine Alvarez's request for a Dia de los Muertos exhibit in City Hall. We've talked it through with John. All of you came to the Dia de los Muertos exhibit. This is not the Dia de los Muertos exhibit that was in the Downey Theater. It will be Jorge's sculpture, but it is now new pieces.
Oh, okay.
Of Dia de los Muertos. It will be 11 walls for featured artists, 4 walls for student art, 1 wall that is the title, narrative, the history and significance of Dia de los Muertos. And there's a remarkable sculpture that's new from Jorge, a local artist, probably one of the best sculptors, ceramic artists in California. It is the Plague Doctor and the Blue Bird. Given what we have all gone through with this plague that we are coming out of, and we're all coming out of this pandemic, it's a suitable thing to have because it's also an inspiration of hope. Part of what we're hoping that art does, what's really happening in this chamber now, is that somehow we use art to help heal the community in different kinds of ways, that we build bridges, that we are able to talk about things, that we have some relationships in some ways.
Thank you, Alistair.
So it is that.
Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
We're being asked to spend $4,060 for art that will only be displayed for 13 days.
Right.
I think what the council member's concern is,
I understand.
why would you be okay?
Is that
if-
13 days? Is that what it comes down to?
Yes.
Yes, in 1 week, it's Thanksgiving, so
Correct.
we're partially
And so
closed.
if we do it in January, we can get 30 days for double the time or exposure for our art. That's, it's the time for the money. Let's get more for our bang for our buck,
Can we
right?
More exposure to the artists.
Can we stand it?
I would just like to say that I personally have no problem doing that. But it was my understanding that certain members wanted it.
They wanted it now.
Correct.
Gotcha.
So we've been literally doing what we can, and we all work full time to be doing it literally like late at night, getting new artwork. There's a couple of pieces that were shown that didn't sell, but there were some pieces that did sell, and some of the pieces that we sought after because there's many competition out there for Dia de los Muertos, right? So there were some other pieces that were being shown that not could be shown here. So we're excited about that. And we're also excited about that there are going to be student arts, that has been selected.
Herman, can you please put your hand down? You're disturbing us here. Trying to focus on the speaker. Thank you.
So, I would have no problem to, do it in January if it's, for it to be longer. But we were just trying to just accommodate, your request to do it as soon as we could. But yeah, it would be nicer to have it for a whole
And
month.
I think that's
Yes,
best.
I mean, because ultimately, the goal is to kind of get exposure, correct?
Right.
Part of what we wanted to do was to promote it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Alvarez, yes, go
Have
ahead.
people come and see it.
Let me ask, is there any way that for this same amount of money that we're paying for this exposition, to just have it now until the end of January?
The only problem is that we have the mayoral transition, and that space is utilized, and so that is why this. If we approved it for exhibition, it would have to come down December 10th.
Okay.
So to allow for that space to be available for the people coming in for the mayoral transition.
What if we do it the day after? Can we? And have it exposed until the end of January?
I don't have a.
I think the only problem with that is a lot more people are on holiday mode.
Yeah, and I think because we don't have a council meeting through the end of December. We're trying to, and it's the holiday season. We are trying to. It's pretty dead. So we want to make sure that they get the exposure.
Okay.
We will be back in session, and everything is back in January.
I think the city hall will be only closed for how many days during the festivities? How many days?
The exact number of days, I don't know, it's probably total, 4 days, something like
4
that.
days.
Yeah, 4 days, but you don't have a lot of people coming in City Hall. That's the thing.
Yeah.
The amount of traffic that we get during that period really dies down because people are on vacation and people leave. So if you want to get exposure for the artist, the best thing to do would be sometime after the new year, because there's just not a lot of people at City Hall.
Council member, I mean, I understand what you're trying to say, that like now is best because we want to get this done as soon as possible. But I want to, my goal is to make sure that we're not just putting it up and then taking it right down. Because that's what's going to, right now as it is, it's only going to be up for 13 days, really.
Yeah, we don't want that.
And that's not
We don't
good.
want that, no.
And so-
We want to be
Yeah.
longer term, yes.
And I think by doing it in January,
Yeah, but I
then
think
we
we need
get
to-
2 council
Yeah.
meetings and business is normal in the city, and I think we get better
We need to,
recognition.
thank you, council members.
Okay.
We need to move on to public comment. Thank you, Alistair.
So, just let me clarify. What I think I hear you saying is that we could work with the assistant city manager, and we could develop a plan and a schedule to mount this in January.
Yes, well, we need to take public comment, and then we're going to take a vote and give direction
Yeah, just-
in a minute.
Thank
Yes.
you. Yes.
I was going to get in line for public comment. Can I do mine now?
Yeah.
Okay. You did, you mentioned State Gallery, and we're in talks with State Gallery to put together a plan and present it to the committee. There's things that we want to do together, and there's things that they want to do, and there's other things that we want to do separately. But we do both agree that there's some things we want to conquer together and partner up with the city to bring more arts and culture. At the same time, though, you do have another gallery that Downey Arts Coalition considers home. It's a Downey Theater. We do many, many, many exhibits throughout the year. Our next exhibit is in January. It's called Jukebox, and it's going to be all artwork inspired by a song. So we're actually going to invite some students as well. And I've been talking to Amber at the Downey Theater, and she's been asking us that she wants to keep the art shows longer, not just for the Downey Symphony. So that's something that we would like to present to the committee as well, that if we can keep the jukebox longer and open it up to the public so they can go in and look at the other gallery, the wonderful gallery that you guys have invested money in. There's track lighting in there, you guys have the elevator in there, and you can't have arts and culture with just one gallery. You can't. I mean, I go a lot to Long Beach. There's a lot of different art places to go in Long Beach. Now Downey has State Gallery, they have this gallery here, and you have the gallery in the Downey Theater. And we hope, like I said, Downey Arts Coalition has many, many different exhibits that we do there, but we're only limited to a certain amount of time when we partner up with the Downey Symphony, but we got to bring it down. I would want to partner up with the city and have it open for a weekend, like maybe a Sunday afternoon, that families can come in, everybody can come in and look at that wonderful art. So hopefully we can partner up for Jukebox. Also, there's many different things you can do here. You just don't have to do art installation. You can actually do an art installation. I meant not an art exhibit, but an art installation with one artist utilizing all 4 of your panels. We have various artists that can do that, but there's one in particular that's very, very famous within the art community. So that would actually narrow down the cost, and it would actually be like one big piece using all 4 panels. So there's many things we can do that we can, minimize the cost and do actually different things here, not just an exhibit of just different artists. Also, in State Gallery, I mean, I understand that you want to use it as much as you can. And like I said, we will partner up with them. But at the same time, you do want to have various things going on, around town that has to do with different art exhibits. So I thank you for your time. And let me just say that it's been kind of painful sitting through all this, and I hope that you guys can
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
fix it.
Thank you.
These two are talking and being disruptive. It's very distracting. Mr. Herman, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Greenspan, please. Next.
Okay. Mike Greenspan, I hope you let me speak this time. Now, this is about Dia de los Muertos. I got a neighbor who's got some artwork out of his window over there, the apartments in North Hollywood. Now, Day of the Dead, I believe, was on November 1st. You know, there's this idea of advanced planning. And with Day of the Dead,
excuse me, please stop the watch. We have individuals back there with a private conversation. You're being disruptive. Yes, both of you.
Yes, you are. I've seen both of you talking. You're being disruptive. Please stop. Please stop. Yes, you are. I just saw you talking, and I'm not going to argue with you. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop.
Okay.
okay, Day of the Dead, November 1st, the day after Halloween. You could have advanced planned this, and you could have had it before Halloween. Let's say you would have started on the 15th of October, and to the 15th of November, you would have included the Day of the Dead, maybe kept some candy in there for Halloween, because the two holidays, they're kind of like twin holidays, just like Minneapolis and St. Paul are twin cities. And you could also, you have your YouTube channel or whatever where you show your Downey stuff, and when you go to recess, you're putting in a plug for the coronavirus stuff, the vaccinations, the transportation.
Please stay on topic.
Well, you could do the same thing for your art stuff. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Instead of just putting your moo cash cow up there, put the art stuff, plug it on there, plug it at the gallery. It's your TV channel where you show the meetings. Come on, instead of just showing old stuff with coronavirus, why don't you show some stuff current with the art and where it'll be at the gallery? And when you have a few exhibits here, you put in a plug for the other locations, be it the theater, the gallery, that people would know. And then I've given you, with advanced planning, a whole month here for the $4,060 money's worth. And you have a chance to plug other things that are related to it. So people will know, well, we watch the council meetings, you take a recess. Oh, okay, instead of the coronavirus, you're plugging the art stuff.
Okay, you're not on topic.
That's very important. How else will people know about it? And so you have to get the word out. And so wherever you have the exhibit, you put in a plug for the various galleries and locations, as well as through your media, your social media or whatever it is. I'm used to watching council meetings on regular cable TV, so I don't see it on YouTube. But there's nothing wrong if you did it on regular cable TV through your cable channel that you're plugging it. There's ways to plug it and get your $4,050 worth. So, and have your extra 10 seconds back, baby killers.
Dia de los Muertos. Well, a place in a home for an altar is the American way of pronouncing this bullshit. But bad art corrupts all that is bad. Frescoes in the times of the so-called Renaissance art, they had real frescoes. I couldn't believe it. The homosexuality that God hates displayed as art. The Romans had it. The Greeks had it. The Athens had it. A display of homosexuality. And God said, down with this fucking nation, for they altered my altar to display homosexuality. And so God cast down Sodom and Gomorrah to burn in hell. So where am I going with this? Well, as quote unquote what the mayor said, themes and showcases are all about this. This is art. This is art right here. This is art at its best. handwritten a display of art. The same way I have my display of a banana, but I use my imagination of art as a Dia del Muerto that my banana got pulled and yanked from the tree, and now I have a dead banana. El Dia de mi banana.
Topic.
Stay on topic, Herman.
Again, I'm trying to remind you, members, that of persons of this fucking shit of Los Muertos, Dia de los Muertos, as Trujillo will pronounce it, but I call it a place at home for an altar. So what you display at your home, keep it there. That's what God told the Athens. That's what he told the Romans before he destroyed the niggers for displaying homosexual shit as art on their frescoes and on their tile mosaic floors. And God burned those motherfuckers. So the issue here of my Dia de los Muertos is to remind members or persons who have died and is intended to welcome the deceased. No, I don't want the fucking deceased back. I don't want to see my dead motherfucking mother. I don't want to see my dead fucking family.
Stay on
I
topic.
want to see the Dia de los Muertos art. And this is art. This is true art. Handwritten art
Mr.
for all
Herman.
cunts to understand that there's only one
Okay,
Dia
you're
de
done.
los Muertos.
You're done.
Thank you, Mommy.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, or should I say good morning? I just want to indicate that I have some suggestions for the Art Committee. The first suggestion that I'd like to make is that we should have the Art Committee display from here on till January or to the end of January. I don't think it really matters to show Blanca Pacheco being mayor again. So I don't really care about showing her face. I'd rather have art. I don't agree that's art with Mr. Herman, but I do believe that there is real art, and there's real Mexican art, there's real Native American art that has been lost in the Spanish conquest. And I think that being in this country, we should consider lost art of current civilizations that are being wiped out by Israel, such as Palestine. We should consider that type of art. I think that it is an art, to maybe protest your house without an ordinance of 300 feet. And maybe we should have a video of that, and that's considered art. And, we're talking about Los Dia de los Muertos, and I think that it's kind of art that Mr. Herman Armando is here and that he's not dead because you assaulted him with your husband. And so that's art. And so I just want to make a recommendation to be more inclusive, to define what art is. I think I'll stick to my point. I don't really want to see the council members, pro tem, and the mayor. We already know Mommy's going to be mayor, so.
Topic.
Stay on topic.
Okay, Blanca Pacheco, we already know she's going to be mayor. And I find it interesting
Topic.
that the Downey Patriot predicted that, and that's art. That should be commemorated as art. So I just want to point that out. And thank you for your time, Madam Mayor. Have a good morning. Thank you.
And the videos are art.
I'm just going to second everything that Cesar just said. Dia de los Muertos, I think that ended on November 2nd, but I think it should display, art is art, and I think it can be displayed all throughout the year, like they do in New Mexico and Taos and Santa Fe's and galleries. You see it everywhere in the airports. But what we're forgetting, I think, is what he just said, the conflict between Israel and Palestine. There are Palestinians.
Please stay on topic. That's not on the agenda right
There
now.
are Palestinian artists who need the support. We could be displaying that and helping with that conflict going on over there. It's not just about Dia de los Muertos, by the way, that ended on November 4th. I'll say it again. It started on the 31st and maybe ended on the 4th or 5th. But again, I'm in the middle, but I think you should be including all different types of art. That's all I needed to say.
Thank you.
Good evening. The celebration ended on November 2nd. It was over. That's what we were promised. That's what came out in the paper. And that is the culture of this day of Santa Muerte. So I don't understand why Ms. Alvarez is so giddy about spending our money on things that really are not American in nature. There's no American culture there. There's no Downey culture there. It is a cult of death, if you look at it.
Please do not be disruptive.
And I love art more than anybody. Jackson Pollock, Seurat, Edgar Degas, great sculpting. Dali, you can go on and on. But art is subjective. And I don't think this is anything that needs to be displayed in our lobby. We have the Stay Gallery. We already subsidize that $35,000 a year. And now you're wanting another $4,000. And you won't even let people work. They won't go to work to help pay and bring in revenue. You won't do it. You're still waiting for Joe Biden to send
Please
us
stay on
trillions
topic.
of dollars.
Please stay on topic.
For art. For art. You may like art, but some people don't like the same art that you like. But that does not represent Downey or any American values whatsoever. It's Mexican culture as it currently stands now. Or it can go to Scottish culture of Mr. Milligan if we trace it back further. But it does not belong in our lobby. And we don't need to be spending our money when they have private donors that can donate to them. They can go to the Stay Gallery, they can put up things in front of Porto's, and after they leave there, they can go over to the Epic Lounge and have a good sit down with the big fella and talk about good anthropological endeavors. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But don't put it in the lobby. It doesn't belong there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Art, yeah, so art and funding for art. Clearly, these are very important topics. I actually think this is great that you are considering this because I do think that Ms. Alvarez brought this focus of art, and people on the council, I believe Mr. Trujillo and others, recognized that art had a place in Downey. So that's great. I would like to say that $4,000 is not enough. I think that the city should fund all types of art. And, you can, where that money comes from, well, that can be a larger discussion. But really, a community is best when there is art everywhere you look, so that you can walk down the street for sure, but you want classes. I know there's been discussions of having classes for would-be attorneys. You could also have classes for would-be artists and scientists, etc. So obviously you do have some, but you could have more. You could figure out ways of having more, maybe, with the Downey Arts Coalition and others, because we don't want more money, wasted just on the top executive management salaries. We don't want that. We want it spread among the people in such wonderful projects like art. So, and you can find all types of art. There's these discussions about, indigenous Native American art versus, Irish art. Look, you should find all types of art, all types of artists. That would be great. People would want to come to Downey, could become a cultural hub. Like there's been cities in history that have become cultural hubs. That'd be great. So you should actually think about ways of expanding that way farther. Let's get some impressionists in here. Let's get some ballet folklorico. Let's get some, Russian dancers, Polish dancers, all kinds of indigenous dancers. That's great stuff. So thanks.
So I'll be brief. I think it is important that Downey continues to showcase art that is multicultural, mainly because it's an educational process. We live in a time where individuals who are older and have a lot of racist ideologies and are not educated tend to want to push their oppressive views on our city. And having displays like this not only gives the opportunity for the younger generations to become more enlightened, but it also gives the opportunity for older individuals to revise their ideology. Because one of the things that this art does is provide a venue for enlightenment. Enlightenment that this city desperately needs. Desperately. I think it could benefit some of you as well, sitting on this council, to see more of this type of art. And if people can open up their hearts to the art that they see here in our city hall being displayed proudly of indigenous culture. By the way, this used to be part of Mexico, so this is indigenous land to Mexicans and other tribes. So it is part of our history. It is American history, because we're all Americans and we're all descendants of the history that has taken place here. So please continue to enlighten our younger generations, continue to reach out to the ignorant people who are still struggling to inform themselves, and provide this art. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I move to close comment on this item.
Second.
Okay, to provide guidance based on our discussion, and if there's no further comments from my council colleagues, is we're going to, there was a motion made, and was there a second to approve the item before us? Councilmember Ashton, did you make that motion?
I don't think he made a.
No, you don't make a, okay, you didn't make a motion. Okay. So the motion before us is to approve the art exhibit titled Ofrendas at the Downey City Hall for the period, and I think we had the discussion of moving the ofrendas from November 19th to January to allow for more exposure. And the direction to staff is to bring it back to the subcommittee so that they can provide a calendar of exhibits, right? And we can, City Manager Rivas, we can look at the cost and then vote on those exhibits at a later council meeting.
That's correct.
Okay, I will make a motion.
Will the motion have specific dates? So from January 3rd to, or January 7th to January 28th?
Can we just leave it open for?
The month of January?
Yes.
Okay.
Why not 2 months?
Well, shouldn't we also switch it up on the art? And I think that's why it's going to go back to the subcommittee.
Okay.
We still are gonna come with a proposition with both organizations for the city in the future for the city council to approve. So this is just, it's starting, like this is just the beginning with this project.
So then the motion is for the period of the month of January, and to kick it back to the to the subcommittee to bring back a calendar of exhibits for us to vote on. Is that good? So I make a motion.
Second.
Councilmember Ashton, second. Let's go ahead and vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Great. Thank you. And the last item on our agenda tonight is appointing of the mayor pro tem and mayor for 2022. Mayor and council members, item number 10 is this appointment of the city's mayor and mayor pro tem for 2022. Before we move forward with nominations for the mayor and mayor pro tem, I will first take public comment. Alicia, did we receive written comments regarding item number 10?
Yes,
To be
Mayor,
read
we
into the
did.
record?
Yes, we did. The first correspondence is from Anna Brown. Despite a very challenging year, Mayor Claudia Frometa is to be commended for her outstanding leadership and contributions to the city of Downey. Mayor Frometa has proven time and time again her understanding of the needs and concerns of her constituents and has gained their trust and respect. As Mayor Frometa's term comes to an end, I hope she is strongly considered for the appointment of Mayor Pro Tem in 2022. The city of Downey needs strong leaders, and Mayor Frometa has what it takes to help lead our beautiful city of Downey into a successful and productive 2022. Thank you. Next correspondence is from Lisette Rivera. Good evening, City Council. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Lisette Rivera, special needs advocate and a Downey resident for over 15 years. The mayor pro tem position should be once again filled by the best qualified person like in the past. Claudia Marroquin Frometa would be the best candidate for mayor pro tem position based on her track record and current performance as our mayor. And I'm asking you to vote in her favor. We want our city to move forward with Claudia Marroquin Frometa as our mayor pro tem. She has shown leadership, experience, and qualification. It's a must in our city. I hope each of you take the time to consider what we as the voters can clearly see. How she understands the needs and concerns of her constituents and has gained our trust and respect. Thank you. And the final email is from Bonnie Barler Travers. I urge the City Council to nominate Mayor Claudia Marroquin Frometa for Mayor Pro Tem. I have watched via YouTube and I have become extremely proud of how she remains calm, strong, refined, and fair. Please give the residents the nomination of Mayor Frometa as Mayor Pro Tem. That is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Alicia. Members of the public wishing to address the council regarding item number 10 may now come forward and form a line. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. And please provide your name for the record. Well, we know you, Herman.
Appointment for the pro temp mayor. Well, I want to give you an example of bad officials who disguise themselves as pro temp mayors. Oh, where did Ms. Blanca Pacheco go? Does she have something to hide? Well, again, corrupt hearts that solicit unethical, immoral functions of the responsibility and make such anti-Semitism remarks about First Amendment should never be the mayor. And when you strip away our 14th Amendment and our First Amendment and our nigger rights to protest anywhere in the state of California, Governor Gavin Newsom is a white motherfucker nigger. And that's just one example of racism by an appointed mayor for the pro temp position for 2022. Now, some of you may think I sound biased, but when allegations of bribery, conflict of interest, and hate against veterans and their families, and don't want to bother with the First Amendment to allow you, in the past it was 5 minutes. Now we're down to 3 minutes, and it seems like the niggers want us to be down to 1 minute like Los Angeles so they can hide corruption. So I hope when we dispose and appoint the new mayor, either one of those cunts, we need to consider for 2022, we will not have our civility of participation as First Amendment protection under these new unconstitutional racist bitches. Because as you heard during council today in the old minutes in which I'm reflecting on, old minutes, these muertos de mayors have really stripped down and degraded our values of First Amendment. So when you try to be the bullshit of bullshitting us about how officials, and I'm going back to it, how officials provide us information, I believe the statement of the two earlier puppets were simply trying to agitate you to believe that the mayors hate the First Amendment, hate niggers who believe in the First Amendment, and want to rob us of our constitutional rights and Bill of Rights under the California Constitution.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Happy November 17. I just want to say that I think it was total BS, I beg your pardon, that in 2020, according to the Downey Patriot, the city council policy, the mayor pro tem seat should rotate the newest council member who had not yet served as mayor. In 2020, Blanca Pacheco had already been mayor, and now she's mayor pro tem, and we had two council members here that didn't get the opportunity to become mayors, and I think that's just fascism. That's Mussolini fascism. We go back to history, where if we don't study history, we make the same mistakes in the future, and I think it's total BS that the Patriot already predicted that Mommy's going to become mayor. We don't want her as mayor. There's two new council members that haven't gotten the opportunity. One, your allies choose to recall them. And two, I think that's total BS. It's total BS that Blanca Pacheco wants to be mayor again. Screw Blanca Pacheco and screw you, Mommy. Bye.
Mike Greenspan? Oh boy, here we go again. A dog and pony show. Dog, pony, dog, pony. Gee, I wonder who's going to be the mayor. I wonder who's going to be the mayor pro tem. After all, isn't the mayor going to be what? Blanca Pacheco? Isn't the mayor going to be Claudia pro tem, going to be Claudia Frometta? Gee, is this a rerun? Kind of like those TV shows? After all, the first Downey council meeting I went to, yes, Blanca Pacheco was the mayor, Claudia Frometto was the mayor pro tem. There's 3 other members of the council. Hey, I'm not a big fan of appointing the mayor. I feel that you probably should have a charter that defines the mayor, how the mayor is elected, he or she, and for what term, not this rotating stuff. And I remember seeing them talking about the redistricting, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, that the 5th district is kind of a big old at-large district. It's not a district. Well, take that 5th district that's an at-large district, make that the elected mayor. The other 4 members are members of the council. Whoever gets the highest amount of votes, let's say 2 of them run at one point, and then 2 years later, 2 others run, and whoever gets the highest votes, they become the mayor pro tem. So the people have, in a way, directly, or for the mayor pro tem, indirectly, elected them, instead of the dog and pony show of the Downey Patriot. I mean, variety is the spice of life, and having the same 2 people, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, do the mayor and pro tem gets disgusting. As I say, I've been to this rerun. We are on rerun right now. But I guess the Patriots calling the shots, and not obviously the people are not calling the shots. They get 1 shot at electing a council member, and that's it. And the rest of you folks, tough shit. Now, I guess Romena's got her peanut gallery emailing the city. So, rah, rah, rah. You know, the only thing I missed were the pom-poms for the cheerleading contest. Rah, rah, rah. Pom-poms would look a little nicer. Maybe we could get them from Wilson High School or whatever school that our mayor
Stay on
happens to be.
topic.
I'm just saying, for cheerleading, get pom-poms, but for something as serious as the mayor, it should be in the hands of the people. I guess it's one of those rights that just didn't get reserved down here, but here we go again. You know, I feel like, here we go again. It's going to be, gee, I wonder who's going to get elected. Oh, yes, Cunt Blanca, of course. Was it ever any question? Fuck you.
Hey, suspect number 2. Just want to say that you should get Trujillo to sell tacos to vote her in. I'm just saying, stating a comment. It's a true story. I just read this comment right now that somebody sent it to me, one of the lawyers, about you advocating her, saying that none of the city, if you're a mayor, if she's going to become a mayor, right? For example, you're a mayor now, right? And the entire meeting, you're not supposed to be speaking. Am I right or am I wrong? You're not supposed to be speaking at all. When you're about to point her out as another, Mayor District 4? I don't know if you want to call yourself that, but when I don't know if you should appoint him. Maybe he should help you out to appoint the criminals up in his fucking damn justice. Just sit down in his fucking district chair. It's already set up for him. He don't have to worry about being set up with a few little fucking criminals like yourself and Pacheco right here. She's gonna help him out. Don't worry about it. She'll get motherfuckers out of jail. That's what I think. I don't think she should be appointed as a mayor because she already fucked up. I think she should be like recall. That's what I think. Don't you think, Mayor? Don't you think? I don't understand why you would point her out as a mayor when she fucked up already on El Monte. The fuck? Seriously, she's your friend? Who else she got as a friend? As a Patel? You got me fucked up, really? Damn. You got some fucked up shit going on right there. Hey, pero mira, las culebras se salen del pinche canal. Pero está bien, un día se va a caer todo. Y vas a flotar. Y vas a sufrir. Y tu pinche vida va a ser mierda. Y te lo estoy diciendo directamente a ti. como Caldés y como la estás haciendo como ella, como tú. Y no lo voy a decir en inglés, ¿sabes por qué? Porque tú eres pinche racista como esa pendeja. No te muevas del ciento. Don't get uncomfortable, baby. Because shit got started. And you fucked up. This motherfucker fucked up over here, too. But I'm looking at you, saying when you're supposed to direct your comments to you, babe, right? You know, sweetheart, she's suffering and you need to help her out because she need a fucking damn ER up in that shit. She need to go to the fucking ambulance and you're not giving her the fucking time, but you give this motherfucker a time, you give this motherfucker a time. But you know what? So far what I said, I don't think you should give her the spot because that bitch is corrupted. That bitch washes money just like you fucking do and this motherfucker do. 64,000 people haven't reclaimed yet and you haven't mentioned shit.
Madam Mayor, again, no need to interpret the Spanish, right?
No need.
Thank you.
City attorney.
Go ahead.
Okay, so for the public record, since the city refuses to do its job, the mayor refuses to do her job, to allow the translator to do their job. For the record, what she said is that one day your theater is gonna fall down and there we go, you're gonna float. So, so this issue of the mayor pro tem and mayor, ooh, boy. It's kind of sad that, you know, elections are so difficult to win. I'll repeat it, you know, I don't always agree with Mr. Martinez, but I cannot wait until he's up there. So thank you, Mr. Martinez, as well as all the other fighters for truth and justice here, of which, okay, let's start over on the middle. Mayor, it's disturbing that apparently it's now in the public record that you go around the city of Downey.
You need to stay on topic.
This
Right
is
now,
the topic.
the item is about appointing the mayor. So either you stay on topic or you lose your
You could
time.
be appointed. You could be reappointed, right? Like, so hello. So I'm listing qualifications of you. So I think that you've disrespected the most vulnerable members of the community, the homeless, many of whom are veterans. So, you know, what kind of hypocrisy is it for you to go take pictures with the ones that do have a home, thankfully, but, you know, how dare you do that? So that's ridiculous that you've done that. So that's one thing that I can think of. But, you know, you pretend to value the flag, but you overplay the flag without, you know, talking about the Constitution. The Constitution says you should respect people's property, personal property, like those belongings.
Stay on topic.
All right, so I don't think that another person who should not be mayor is Ms. Blanca Pacheco. Ms. Blanca Pacheco has been an offense to the Constitution for many months. She refuses to unblock many constituents. It's really ridiculous. I think she did unblock some, but some are still not allowed to have their First Amendment rights be respected. So that's troubling. And there's also all these discussions about El Monte. Apparently she showed up over there. So that's like interesting to think about. But, you know, it doesn't make any sense to elevate someone who's already been in that position to the mayorship. Like, I think any of the others, come on now. Yes, Mr. Trujillo, Mr. Ashton, Ms. Alvarez, they deserve a shot too. So I can't believe that you're going backwards and the evidence is very squarely against her. She's not going to be a good mayor, just like you haven't been a good mayor. And so the public will have their rights read and we will win.
Okay.
Señor traductor, por favor.
Can we get the translator?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Buenas noches. Go, man.
Good evening.
Ok. Blanca Pacheco, yo te pedí tu récord de llamadas, texto y mensaje. No me mandaste todo.
Sir, you need to stay on topic.
Blanca Pacheco, I asked for your record of calls, texts, and you did not send me all.
It's on, it's.
Señor, tiene que mantenerse en el tema.
Okay, stop the time.
No, no, yo
Please, Mr. Martinez, sit down. Please sit down. Please let the speaker speak.
Mr. Martinez, you're not a child.
Okay.
I'm not your mommy, but you're not a child. Mr.
Council, this is getting way out of hand. It's been getting out of hand all day. I think it's time to clear the room. I put that out there for your consideration. Clear the room.
Okay, I'm giving a warning. If you continue to be disruptive, we will clear the chambers. Okay.
That's it.
That's it.
What warning?
We're going to take a recess.
What warning?
We have the room clear.
You lost it with Checo? No, she doesn't want to talk an entire meeting.
Pacheco, eres una rata.
was speaking back in to finish this, and then we'll go with the rest of them who have not had a chance to speak it.
And I had paused his,
You want one that's speaking? One of you just maintain the safety of the outside part, and the other one can just work one at a time. You guys good with that? Yeah.
Mr. Ramirez?
So Mr. Rodriguez can come back in?
Juan?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we're gonna bring the gentleman back in, and then no, Ramirez is the interpreter. We're bringing back Mr. Rodriguez to continue his public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'm ready.
Pacheco, yo no estoy de acuerdo que tú seas aquí seas elegida. Tú no tienes las condiciones para representar la ciudad de Downey.
Please direct your comments to me.
¿Me deja hablar, por favor?
Pacheco, I don't agree with you being elected here. You don't qualify to represent Downey. Señor, por favor, diga sus comentarios a la señora alcaldesa.
Cuando yo pedí los récords tuyos, Pacheco, no me los diste todos. Escondiste mensajes que ahora salieron. No me los diste todos. ¿Cómo tú crees que la comunidad pueda creer en ti?
Pacheco, when I asked for your messages, I did not receive all of them. You hid some messages which have now come out. How do you want the community to believe in you?
Atrás de esa computadora, atrás de esa máscara, se esconde una gatica que tira la piedra y esconde la mano. Tú estás atrás de Ricos de la Álvarez, porque yo tengo un mensaje que lamentablemente le dijiste a la persona, lamentablemente no puedo hacer nada.
You hide behind the computer. You are like this little cat throwing out a pebble and hides. You are behind the Alvarez recall because I have a message in which you said, what you said was that I unfortunately cannot do anything.
¿Por qué escondiste los mensajes? ¿Por qué, guay? ¿Por qué? Escondiste
Why
los
is it that you
mensajes.
hid the messages? Why?
Dime, ¿tú crees que una comunidad pueda confiar en ti? ¿En una persona mentirosa?
Please
Tell me
direct your
why.
comments to me, right here.
Comentarios aquí a la señora alcaldesa. You tell me why can the community believe in you as someone who lies?
Entonces, ¿de qué estamos hablando? ¿Dónde está la transparencia tuya para ser una mayor de nuevo? ¿Dónde? Cuando no le ayudas a la comunidad. Porque en el 2019 tú no le ayudaste a la comunidad. Acuérdate, a mí no se me ha olvidado cuando tú y Claudia Frometa dijeron que éramos una mierda. Cuando veníamos aquí.
So, where is the transparency that you would need to be a mayor? You have done zero to help the community. In 2019, you did not help at all. I remember when you and Claudia Frometa said that we were pieces of shit to be here.
En el 2019, por culpa de ustedes dos, se quedó una familia de 3 niños sin su papá. ¿Por qué? Porque ustedes votaron en contra del control de renta aquí de la ciudad.
In 2019, because of you two, you're to blame for a family with 3 children who were left without their dad because you voted down rent control here in the city.
Esa familia son 3 niñas. Una se quiso suicidar de 8 años porque perdió a su papá. Por un derrame cerebral que le dio por sus leyesitas, por no querer ayudar a la comunidad. Y querer ayudar a sus amistades, a los que son dueños de apartamentos. Como dices en el mensaje de Frometa, a Patel.
That is a family of 3 girls, one of whom wanted to commit suicide because they lost their dad. They lost him to a stroke because there was no help from you because of your little laws that you want to help the apartment owners, as there is in your message from ETA, in your message to Patel.
Actualmente esa familia, esa señora con sus 3 hijas van a ser desalojadas. ¿Por qué? Porque no
Please
tienen...
stay on topic.
What? No, le estoy hablando de ella, por la decisión de ella. Estoy hablando de Pacheco. Y no me interrumpa, por favor. Me respeta. Le estoy mirando a ti. ¿Ok?
Stay on topic. Esté en el tema en el que se está hablando,
Yo
señor
estoy hablando
Rodríguez.
del tema, le estoy hablando lo que la hizo la Pacheco, por eso estamos en contra de ella que sea mayor. ¿Ok? Me respeta mi tiempo, por favor. No me gusta faltarle respeto a una mujer. Por favor, respéteme. Mira, respeto. O quiten esa mierda ahí entonces.
That I am talking about Pacheco, I am on topic and why she's not qualified. Please respect me and respect my time. I do not like disrespecting a woman. You see over there, respect, or don't have that up there.
Te tengo muchas fotos tuyas, Pacheco. Tengo muchas fotos tuyas con tus amistades, con tu círculo. Y te las voy a traer y te las voy a enseñar. Se las voy a enseñar aquí a todo el mundo.
Pacheco, I have many
Buenas
pictures
noches.
pictures of you with your circle, your friends. I have them. I will bring them here to show everyone.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
On topic, Blanco Checa, I think you're going to make a great mayor again. You've been doing a good job, and everybody up here is doing a great job. I just had a question, maybe for the city attorney and Blanca, she's going to be mayor. Instead of us speaking, would it be a great idea if we just email our comments, our public comments, instead of having to waste all you guys' time? We got important people like the fire chief and the police chief and everybody. I mean, it's 1 o'clock already. We're just wasting a lot of time here. There's a lot of crazy people out there, and that we're here in the audience. And frankly, it's all their language is offensive. Maybe just email our comments or text our comment, and we could edit maybe all the colorful language, and we could all get out of here much quicker. I believe, I think you guys read some emails. Maybe have somebody designated to read all the emails really quick and maybe limit the amount of words, just an idea for the public. I think it will go much easier. I mean, it's 2021. We have technology. We could do stuff like this. It's just a suggestion. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We do just for your to talk about what you just indicated. We do have emails that are read. The community is invited to email public comment, and those emails are read into the record.
You think because some of the language here is very offensive, and I mean N words and C words and J words. I mean, it's really offensive, and there's some children here sometimes, and just to hear all this. I mean, some of these people, they're crazy. They need some Prozac or something. I mean, they're outside. They're fighting with the police right now, arguing with people. I mean, we should be, thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
I have a question. Madam City Attorney, it's clear to me that woman is causing a disturbance. Isn't that cause to kick her out of the City Hall lobby, period? No?
With that type of behavior?
Unless there's some kind of crime that's
Okay.
committed there. Yeah.
Hello, good
Good
evening
evening.
again. I just want to say Mayor Fermetta and Mayor Pro Tem Blanca Pacheco have done a phenomenal job this year and last year with COVID. Things have just been, of course, crazy. I think your leadership is needed in the city. So I would like to say, love to see Mayor Pro Tem become our mayor next. And I'd love to see Mayor Fermetta become Mayor Pro Tem again. The leadership is what we need here in the city. As you can see, that show outside, that's what, I know Councilwoman Alvarez wants to be Mayor Pro Tem, but that's exactly what she's going to continue to bring to this city. This city of Downey is becoming a ghetto city because of what she's doing. Those are all her supporters out there causing drama, starting fights out there in the lobby here at City Hall. That's not what Downey is. Downey's always been a city where people thrive to come and live. I grew up in the city of Bell Gardens, and I remember saying when I grow up, I want to live in the city of Downey because Downey is a beautiful, great city. I want to raise my family here. But if we have people like Catherine Alvarez here in city council, this is going to be a ghetto city. So I would say, Madam Mayor, I'd love to see you as pro tem, and Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco, I'd love to see you as mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No. He was, but then Rodriguez came up and then he stepped back.
I don't think Mr. Martinez wants to make a comment to the public. Mr. Martinez, do you want to speak? Come down now. Shut up. Or you could leave.
Mr. Martinez, please.
Jesus.
Respect.
Go ahead and put his time.
Claudia Frometa should not be appointed to pro tem mayor, and Blanca Pacheco should not be appointed to mayor. And these are the reasons why. In the time that Frometa has served, she's cut down public comment from 5 to 3 minutes. She's limited the people's time. So if there's more than 10 people, your time gets cut. And this is why you get protested. So please don't act like you don't know next time that we're at the clergy council that you just don't know why things happen. You opposed the LGBTQ events, which was pretty homophobic, and you were called out on it. And then you show up to the event like if you didn't oppose it to begin with. That makes you a hypocrite. A hypocrite should not be appointed to power. You use city resources to target me specifically. I have the email through public records request. That's discrimination, that's targeting, and that's abusive. And I'm going to ask the city attorney to stop this. That's why you should not be in power. You have a bias. You reprimand people who speak against your corruption, but when people are speaking in favor of you, you just let them get away with breaking the rules. And that's evident on every public record that we have of the city council meetings. Not only have you not fired John Askewy, that shows how incompetent you are. You won't even put it up for a vote to have a sexist, bigoted, misogynist removed, who is clearly on video. You fail at your job even to do the most basic thing, which is to protect our community members. Ms. Pacheco should not be appointed at all. During her time as mayor, she wrote letters in support of water privatization bills that would end our voting rights. It would dismantle our representation and our agency and cancel an election. She did that without the approval or consent of the city and the board. You did that, and I have the letter. You should not be in power. You are the epitome of corruption. You tried to start an ad hoc subcommittee, and when you didn't want to take responsibility for it, you had the city attorney get called out on it by Alex Saab for trying to push it by herself. Only when we were calling you out directly did you finally step out of the shadows to admit that it was you all along trying to start an ad hoc
Please direct your comments to
subcommittee.
me, Joey.
These are critiques of why you shouldn't be ever appointed to anything here in the city council, and why the current mayor continues to fail to even meet the basic standards of what should be a council member. You guys should resign. You don't have to be here. Instead of changing the rules, just quit. Give up.
You're done. Okay. Do we have anybody else? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, council colleagues, are there any nominations for mayor?
I nominate Blanca Pacheco for mayor.
I second.
Okay, please vote.
Do we have to have another public comment for?
No, we're done.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Congratulations.
Okay, congratulations,
Congratulations.
Madam Mayor.
Can I say who I wanted to be the pro tem? I want to make the motion for Mario Trujillo to be the pro tem.
I respectfully will decline at this time. I would like to make a motion. I don't know if he'll accept the nomination for Sean Ashton to be mayor pro tem.
If the board chooses, I'll do it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Please vote.
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead. The motion is approved unanimously.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
We're here to help Sean. I know you're busy.
you. Appreciate the thoughts. Thank you.
So having said that, now is the time for non-agenda public comment. Do we have any speakers that just,
Mr. Herman? Yes.
Mayor, I do have one written comment.
Hold on for a second. When we clear the room, the option for the councils to keep the public out because they've been disruptive. Last meeting, there was another option, which is to let them in. After the agenda item was over, we let them in on a new agenda item. That's another option, but you don't, there's not an automatic letting folks come back in. It's council discretion.
I'm okay with keeping it as it is so we can get
Yeah.
through this.
Okay.
so
So,
bring them one at a time.
yes.
Yeah.
Written comment?
Oh, wait. Yes, we need to read public comment first, Chief.
Hold on for a second.
Okay, this email correspondence is from Teresa Diaz. Dear citizens of Downey, I am gravely concerned that Downey Patriot has insider information. I'm sorry. So, give me a second. I didn't even start the time. And actually, this is related to the mayor and mayor pro tem position.
We can receive and file.
Yeah, that item doesn't need to be read.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and bring them one by one.
I first gotta put my stuff down because I was forced to carry it out with me. I'm not as talented as a non-disabled person.
Thank you. Left it all in my car.
My glasses. Where's my glasses? Shit. Secretary.
Your time is ticking, Herman.
What the fuck? I just walked in. I just fucking walked
Okay, if you're not going to behave, you're going to lose your public comment.
Non-agenda public comment.
That's
I get
correct.
3 fucking minutes to talk about.
So talk.
Cannabis programs, what? Allegations of bribery, conflict of interest. unbiased. Where? Baldwin Park. El Monte. Blanca Pacheco's out there in El Monte that have been destroying public records, hiding information. Our new mayor has become a criminal in El Monte. FBI 310-477-6565. We have corruption in El Monte and Downey now. So the issue is here. How far do the niggers want to go with this? How far are we going to go to take back the Jews to Israel and save America from corruption? Brandenburg versus Ohio, US 395-444. What the fuck is this country coming down to? Bullshit. I'm the only one in here, nobody to clap, nobody to make bad remarks because this racist fucking bitch mayor told everybody to stand out there and I'm waving at them. They can't see me, they can't hear me. Only you, the public, on YouTube. So, here's the story. And it's not about the Brady Bunch, it's about a fucking cop named Mr. Christopher Kubery, Kuberry. I was here at 4:30 and I made my public comment about this fucking stupid fucking rat cop, but he did something good. He's a whistleblower. He exposed the mafia gangsters in Baldwin Park for what? Allowing their gangster friends like Blanca Pacheco and her attorney teams to rip people off with permits. Now, Mommy Blanca Pacheco, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Fuck no. I want to drive my brand new red Lexus and have my boyfriends come around with their bananas and show me how to play the game. Steal money from the public. Look at her. She's coughing. She has COVID. Stop sucking cock. You won't get COVID if you suck cock. You won't get a banana up your ass if you stop ripping off the public. 42 USA 3. Fuck you!
Good night, Mr. Herman.
Oh, it was pleasant. Thank you for inviting me.
I'll see you in Amani.
Oh, Mommy wants me to go to El Monte. Crazy bitch. I let these crazy bitches.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Ask him. Jackass.
I think I'm gonna cough up my other lung.
You keep coughing like that, well,
Yeah.
you could be spreading COVID on people.
Yeah, no, I got tested. I'm good.
Yeah, cover your mouth, nigga.
Got the mask.
And put a cork on it. And don't forget to give the chief of police his bonus raise for retirement.
Mike Greenspan, want to talk about something a little different since we're on non-agenda items, but because of the sociology of California being basically was a state that it started out connecting Catholic missions to Catholic missions on the El Camino Real. And I've been to some of those Catholic missions, and they're quite nice and artistic, but I remember going to lunch in our school cafeteria when we got off as a kid, when we got off double session, and there was this terrible odor of fish. And I asked, why are we having fish? And this girl wagged her finger. Catholics will go to hell if they eat meat on Friday. Well, folks, I'm not Catholic. I shouldn't have to observe somebody else's doctrines. They're not Jewish doctrines or Buddhist doctrines or Protestant doctrines or atheist doctrines. But it's not true. Nobody's gone to hell for eating meat on Friday. And when the Pope said in '68, now Catholics can eat meat on Friday, and I thought, oh, good, well, get the fish out of the lunchroom. no such luck. And someone told me in 8th grade at Maitland, Florida, at a Catholic school, she asked the nun, "Sister, now that we can eat meat on Friday, will the people who've gone to hell for eating meat on Friday come back?" And the nun said, just sit down. I guess an 8th grader stumped the nun over there in Maitland, Florida, outside Orlando, about that issue. But everywhere you go, you go to a restaurant on Friday, what do they have? Clam chowder. What do they have in the cafeterias at these government offices on Friday? Fish. Well, folks, some of us want our hamburger, not your fish. But it's gotten even worse. Now you go to the Jewish delicatessen. Yes, the Jewish delicatessen. And what do they serve for soup of the day on Friday? Clam chowder in a Jewish delicatessen. Look, if you want to eat from God's garbage bin, go right ahead. But open up your own Trafe Cafe, and you can eat everything from God's garbage bin to the swine, to the shellfish, to the ostrich, to all kinds of scavenger animals that a Christian that knows the Bible, that knows food law, and other people, Jewish and Muslim people. But if you're going to serve clam chowder in a Jewish delicatessen on Friday, I got a wonderful serving suggestion. Well, what's that, Greenspan? Why don't you serve it with a side of queer rabbi cum? Good. Good. Queer rabbi cum is good when it's served with clam chowder. Now let me show it to everybody else. Queer rabbi cum. That's what you should have with your clam chowder.
Good night, Mr. Greenspan. Yeah, good luck winning another game this year.
Okay, seeing no further comments, public comment is closed. City manager?
Ma'am, please come to the podium.
Start our time. Just start our time.
It's not my comment. Who said that? Who said that? You did?
I did.
I did.
You started talking.
Maybe you should join the fucking game by Sab. I'm just saying. My thing is that Shane Astin said you want to fucking first speak, you should be defending the fucking people. You were doing it at first, right? Weren't you doing it at first? And then you got this other motherfucker fucking
Doing what the fuck he doing. I don't know what the fuck he's up to, but he's off like you off. So maybe you guys are reunion somewhere else. Where, La Barca? Like fucking Pacheco, like fucking Mayo Fermeta, like fucking Yvette. Yeah, we're wasting fucking time, aren't we? It's a shame that you have to elect this fucking bitch, Pacheco, and fucking start some new fucking rebound shit. But a mí me desgusta todo esto porque mira, ¿sabes qué? Hay que hablar en mujer, porque eso se acabó ya. Te crees muy chingona, te crees oh, I'm sitting right here, I'm in fucking control. Bitch, you ain't fucking control. The fuck? Just because you have authority, bitch, you ain't got no motherfucking authority. Y te baja la pinche cara porque te crees como que, oh, I know how to hear this fucking female. Y este pendejo se fue porque sabía que uno iba a entrar. Que se vaya a la mierda. Y esta pendeja también se corrió de Bell Gardens o no sé de dónde porque le robaron pinche dinero de no sé dónde. She left, she fled, like Levi fled. Since you want to know about this whole fucking information, since you don't know shit, maybe you fucking do because you probably got talks among each other.
Please direct your comments to me.
No. You're not going to shut me fucking off and escort me fucking out to violate federal fucking rights because that's where I'm at. Building. You don't have to tell me enough because I'm tired of people's fucking crap. Este pendejo es un pendejo, este más pendejo porque te escucha a ti. Y este es más pendejo porque de donde va a la ciudad, le robó dinero a no sé Linwood, no sé dónde se robó dinero, pero dijeron que les hacía falta un pinche cheque. Yo nomás estoy diciendo eso. Pero what I want to say is like, what about the person that stole $65,000? Did you mention that? Did you mention that from the city of Downey? Did you mention that? You didn't fucking mention that. Did you mention that? No. Oh, you're not responding now because it goes according to your fucking rules, right? And the open city meeting, right? It's okay. No worries. You don't have to respond to that. This motherfucker flee somewhere else where they stole fucking money from somewhere, the fucking Linwood, Bell Gardens, Caddy, Maywood, somewhere out there. And you have a partner in crime, right? Who's your partner in crime, babe? Him? It's okay. No worries. And then she's over here talking to Patel. She's best friends with fucking Patel, talking about I should have put somebody else as commissioner. Through here, you can't be the commissioner or you can't be the next fucking down Prometa because you're a criminal. You be defending fucking people like Ascon that are from Malas Salvatruchas, I guess. But I don't give a shit though. Find me.
Good night.
Good night.
You love this show, huh?
Okay, it is my turn. What should I say? Well, are you looking forward to the election? I don't know if you're gonna run, but I think Mr. Martinez is very excited about it. Perhaps other people are also excited about it. Of course, we'll have the redistricting. Maybe that'll change some things. But I think the general direction of the city, and when I say the city, I don't mean you guys. I mean the people. I mean the people living in the boundaries of the city. The people are moving away from your views, and that's what really, really, really gets to you. That's why you're so freaked out about everything you see from her election to what people come up here and say and what they say on the media. It's because you can't stand the idea of change, which is something you should just accept. Everything changes. We used to have slavery. Before we had that, we had fiefdom. Some people say currently we live in a kind of a feudal order where you and your friends get to extract quite a bit of cash from the regular people. But systems end. So it's going to be very exciting when Mr. Martinez is sitting up there. You might be laughing, but you also laughed, in the past. You can't stop the flow of history. You can't stop Downey from progressing from being a bastion of conservatism to being a bastion of liberalism, even socialism. You just can't stop it because the contradictions you established when you refused to help the people. You claim yourselves to be servants of the people. That's false. You're servants of capital, the rich, of which many of you are yourself rich. So that's what you are. You're servants of big money. Guess what? The people are not happy with that. That's why things are changing and will change even more so. So it's very exciting that even though we have a little bit of change here with the official roles, but of course the pattern continues of only the rich having a say. But no, that's over. The people have expressed it. The youth expressed it. So it's going to be very exciting. Very exciting. So to see Mr. Martinez up there as well as others who will carry out a bold progressive agenda. Thanks.
Mr. Ramirez?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. ¿Ya?
Puede empezar.
Ok. Buenas a todos. aquí al señor concejal del Distrito 5, manito para arriba. Lo que pasó conmigo y contigo no va a caer impune, ¿ok? No va a caer impune porque aquí cortaron el video, ya como que le están dando enfriando todo, no se va a quedar así. Hay 2 personas interesadas en ese caso. 2 personas que sacaron tu problema en la corte cuando tuviste con la Mara. Go, man.
Good evening, everyone, to this council member here, District 5 council member. The thing that happened here will not go with impunity. Not with impunity. There are 2 people who were involved with that problem of yours in court where that involved the Mara.
Acuérdate que no quedan impunes, no te vayas a reír. Me dijiste que era un jockey, yo me quedé callado. Yo no soy un jockey.
Remember, this will not go with impunity. You were laughing, saying that I'm a jokester. I'm not a joker.
El único jockey que hay aquí eres tú, que sales ahí cuando te tiran, sales ahí, igual que las gallinas. Las gallinas por lo menos ponen huevo, tú no pones huevo, cabrón.
You're the only joker here, the one that goes screaming hi when people come and say things. You scream just like a chicken, but chickens lay eggs and you don't.
¿Tú te crees que te vas a salvar? Tú no te vas a salvar. Yo voy a hacer todo lo posible en las cortes, donde quiera, pero esto no se va a quedar impune. No te rías. No te rías.
Please direct your comments to me.
Te estoy refiriendo, pero él se está riendo de mí.
Direct your comments.
You're laughing. This is going to be taken care of in the court.
Tú eres un pinche fuck you mierda, man. Pinche mierda. Lástima que sea de Jalisco, cabrón. Yo conozco vatos de Jalisco que lo tienen bien puesto, cabrón. Yo creo que a ti no te parieron, a ti te escupieron, cabrón.
Please direct your comments to me, Mr.
Go, man.
Rodriguez.
You are a fucking piece of shit, and I'm sorry to say that you're from Jalisco. You were not born from someone, you were spit out from someone. Señor, dirija sus comentarios a la señora alcaldesa, por favor.
Voy a hacerle una pregunta. La comunidad de Downey eligió 5 concejales, 5. ¿Qué hace el IVA metiendo la lengua donde no tiene que meterla? Él es el administrador de la ciudad. Él no tiene que dar comentario aquí.
I have a question. The city of Downey elected 5 council members, 5. So, Mr. Livas, why does he get to involve himself? He should not be making any comments here.
Tú no eres nadie para estar sacando a la gente aquí. Los únicos que las personas que pueden sacar son los 5 concejales. Tú eres un administrador que trabajaste en la ciudad de Bear Garden. Viniste para esta ciudad y traíste a tu amigo, el asistente del manager.
You are no one to be removing people from here. You are an administrator here. You used to work in Bell Gardens, then you came here and you brought your friend, the assistant manager.
Esta ciudad recoge toda la mierda que suelta de todas las otras ciudades. Aquí lo que hay que hacer es chequearle todos. ¿Por qué los corrieron? ¿Por qué se fueron de las otras ciudades? Como Alicia. Alicia trabajó en la ciudad de Lingo. Cuando hubo la explosión de los concejales, salió corriendo. Go, man.
This city picks up all this shit that comes from other cities. What needs to happen is everyone here needs to get checked out. Why did they leave from other cities? Like Alicia, she came from Linwood when the things were exploding with all the council members.
Liva, ¿por qué no le dices a la comunidad de Downey que tú tienes a alguien trabajando aquí en la ciudad?
Livas, why don't you tell the city of Downey that you have someone working here in the city,
No te rías. No te rías.
Direct your comments to
No
me.
te rías que esto no es un juego. Tú eres el administrador de la ciudad. Aquí la comunidad no votó por ti. ¿Ok? Acuérdate. ¿Por qué saliste de allá de Belgarde? ¿Ok? La comunidad votó por ellos, no por ti. Igual que por Ibe. Da lástima que sea abogada. Sinceramente, no defiende a la comunidad ella.
You should not be laughing. You're an administrator here. You're a manager. Why? You need to tell the city, why did you leave Bell Gardens? The community did not vote for you. And I'm sorry for Yvette that she's a lawyer. She does not defend the community.
Acuérdense de una cosa, se lo estoy diciendo a todos. La mierda y el agua no ligan. La mierda está arriba y el agua se queda abajo. Acuérdense. Salen por el drenaje parejo, pero cuando llegan, se queda arriba la mierda y el agua. Ok, Mr. Manito para arriba.
Okay, and this I say to everyone, remember what I have to say, the shit and water don't mix. The water floats, it stays on top without being linked. And they both go out the same way, but they don't mix. May you remember that, the one up there with the hand tilted up.
Mayor, they're sticking that sign up on the window. That's not appropriate.
Is this our last speaker? Yes, okay.
I believe so, ma'am.
Please tell Mr. Greenspan to not be putting those signs up. Those are distracting.
No, it's not. No,
Go ahead,
they're
your
not.
clock is running.
Tonight I've seen a lot of, in general, Mayor Frometa, you are losing it. Every time that you get critiqued, you attack our First Amendment. It began with cutting public time to wanting to create ad hoc subcommittees to now creating a buffer zone that pushes the burden onto your neighbors. Have you guys ever thought that if you guys don't want to deal with this, just resign? Trujillo, if you don't want to be here all night, just resign.
You lost. Get over it, Joey.
If you don't want to be here for Meta till whatever time or hearing critiques, just resign. It's that easy. You don't
we're
have
not going to give you that pleasure,
Can
Mr.
you stop interrupting me? Reclaiming my time.
You didn't lose time. Keep going.
Reclaiming my time, city attorney.
This is not Congress. You're not reclaiming anything. Keep talking. Your time's running.
Fucking clowns. Okay. Well, this is how pathetic it's become of you guys. You guys are now altering city rules to benefit your personal agenda. Who does that? Why did you run if you weren't going to put up with the public, with the First Amendment, with the public's protected speech? Why did you run if you were just going to start changing rules to benefit you individually as a person and not the community? You had choices. You had choices to go do something else. And you chose to sit on those seats, and congrats for your victories. But look at what you're doing now. This public has lost its ability to speak because you've cut its time. Now you want to regulate where they can and cannot walk and protest. And now you even want to combine the agenda, what was it, the staff reports with the consent calendar items? You're forcing the people to choose between commenting on calendar items or staff reports, which means that you're taking away more freedom of speech. You're taking more of the public's participation, and all because you want to, by your own words, retaliating against the individuals whose speeches you do not appreciate. Everyone in Downey, all our constituents, all of our thousands of individuals here that come and participate are gonna suffer because you can't handle the heat. And again, you could have just resigned if you didn't like it, if it's too difficult. You don't have to be in those seats. That is also an option. But you narcissistic pricks are too demented to figure that out. Again, if you don't like it, just resign.
Is that all? Thank you.
While we're waiting, I wanted to correct the
That's it.
record on my closed session report. The evaluations were not completed. that the council will convene a future meeting to finish the evaluation. So that's a correction on
Yes,
my
thank you.
report out.
Okay, it's time to close public comment. Okay, and City Manager Rivas, last words.
I'm speechless after this, but I did just want to say, I'm sorry, Dean, that this had to be your last meeting, this hour of the day, your commitment to the city and everything that you've done. We'll certainly miss you. You'll be here till the end, but I'm just saddened that this had to be your last meeting, so, but, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Go out with a bang.
Yes, you're going
Yeah,
out with a
yeah,
bang. We will adjourn this meeting in the memory of Larry Holcomb, father of Downey Fire Captain David Holcomb, and all the lives lost to COVID-19. If we can please have a moment of silence. And once again, congratulations to my council colleagues. This meeting is adjourned.